Good morning. Thank you for being here today for the March 10th, 2020 regular board meeting of the Board of Supervisors. Called to order at 9:01. Pledge of Allegiance. Before we continue with Supervisor Hernandez to do Pledge of Allegiance, Supervisor Botello would like to have a moment of silence for Peter Frazetta.
Yeah, Peter Frazetta. Thank you.
Mr. Hernandez.
Ready? Salute.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Botello.
Yeah, if I could add, Chairman De La Cruz, Pete was a friend of mine, but more importantly, a assemblyman that represented the District 18 in the Assembly, and he did a fine job for 3 terms and was finally termed out, and he was known as the cowboy in the Capitol. And you know, I'm proud to call him a friend. He was one of the last Republicans to represent us, and it shows that we could get it done still. And but he'll be remembered for his dedication to San Diego County and the entire state of California. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Botello. Before we continue on, we're going to make some changes to the agenda. Item number 19 will now become, I'm sorry, item number 20 will now become ahead of 19 right after consent. Okay. Can I have an acknowledged certificate of posting?
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Is there a second? All those in favor say aye.
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 Against, motion carries. Presentations and recognitions, do we have any? None? Thank you. Public comment, this is an opportunity for the public to address the board of issues within the jurisdiction, but not on the agenda. Do you have any speaker cards?
Yes. Valerie Aglin.
Good morning, Board. It's kind of hard to wake up in the dark, you know. I really resent it when we have this time change. 2 things. I would like to announce that the Reach San Benito Parks Foundation is again having its 3rd annual Moonlight Walk on the Anza Trail, and that's going to be April 5, a Sunday afternoon, where the moon comes up at 4:55 and the sun goes down at 7:30, and so it creates this golden hour, they call it, and families come out and walk the trail in the daylight up to the top. When the sun goes down, they're coming down in the moonlight. So it's really a nice occasion. It starts at 5. And you can register anytime after 4:30. So the families, people register, and so that we can be sure that they're coming back down off that trail. I'll leave the announcement here, just in case anybody wants to look at it again. The other announcement is that REACH is working with LULAC and the San Benito County Historic Society and the park to work on a Hispanic history area within the park that reflects our vaquero background, the cattlemen, the farm labor, and Cesar Chavez Day coming up will be celebrated at the museum. So along with the Cesar Chavez Marathon, Walkathon that's usually during the year. So just those two announcements, and I thank you.
Thank you.
Carol Booth.
Hello, my name's Cheryl Von Booth, and I live at 313 Mansfield Road. And I'm here with some of my neighbors that also live on that street. And our concern is this project here from Santana Ranch. So I'm here to ask some questions about a project next to my home. Actually, it's 451 feet from my home, and that's why we never received any notices or information about this project. When we first noticed the earth-moving equipment out there, we went to the planning office to ask questions. We were told that it was going to be a drainage pond for part of Santana Ranch development. We've all seen drainage ponds. They're usually no big deal. Just big grassy depressed areas within developments that fill with water during rainstorms. I didn't really pay a lot of attention to the project other than to note occasionally they're sure bringing in a lot of dirt and moving a lot of earth. For the most part, it was just blending in with the rest of the topography. Until last week, they poured a 100-foot concrete spillway on the side of the dirt wall. I don't know about you, but I've never seen a housing development with a drainage pond that required such a large spillway. So with this in mind, I'm no longer going to refer to this project as a pond. I'm instead going to call it a dam, so that you have the correct image while I ask my questions. First, I'd like to know who's going to be responsible for maintaining the integrity and safety of this dam that's 451 feet from my home. Second, how much water does this responsible party expect to collect behind this dirt and cement wall? How much water and at what rate will this water be released onto our properties and into our neighborhood? Can we get a copy of the engineer's plan that shows the water flow calculations and projected effects to our properties and neighborhood? Will the road repair efforts be ramped up for Mansfield Road now that we will be getting all of Santana Ranch's water running across our road as well? Those of us that live there, we're very used to the Band-Aid fixes that the county does each year to the road caused by the regular rainy season. I can't even imagine what the damage is going to be with this additional water flow. Also, who will be responsible if there's a breach in this dam caused by either an earthquake, faulty design, faulty construction, or lack of maintenance? We all remember the Lover's Lane flooding caused by the 2 breaches in the levee. Who will be responsible for cleaning the graffiti once the word gets out that this large canvas is here just waiting to be tagged? And who will chase the children off of it once they start using it as their new skate park? And last but not least, why the hell is the county allowed to okay the building of a 100-foot spillway that is aimed right at my home and neighborhood without notifying me? This 300-foot requirement for notification is bullshit. You're going to need to prove to me or my lawyer that I'm at least 300 feet from any potential danger.
Thank you, madam.
From this spillway.
Thank you.
And I'd like it on the agenda.
Thank you.
Pat Lowe.
Good morning, Board and Chair. I'm here this morning representing the food bank. We were just notified over the weekend that the state organization is trying to get $32 million in extra funding this year for food banks throughout the state of California, partially because of the coronavirus and not knowing exactly what we're going to need in funding. So I have brought a template of a letter in, and we're asking that the chair board sign that and send it to 4 members of the State Budget Committee, asking for these additional funds. I've left a copy with the clerk of the board. So I'd really appreciate your help on this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Salinas.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Board of Supervisors. First of all, I'd like to start off with thanking the campaign candidates for running a very clean campaign. You treated each other with respect, so I truly appreciate that, and so does the community. I have a couple of things that, first of all, the Lazy Bum Ranch had its event this weekend, and I was not able to go out there, but I did run into two gentlemen that came all the way from Lake Tahoe, and they really were so excited to have participated again. They're looking forward to participating again next year. They were spending their money at a local pizza place here in town, and that's exactly what we want. We're saying that this event can bring some economic development to our community. So hopefully that the parties will start early enough so that they can work for the event for next year. I'd like to bring up the subject of signs. I don't really believe that we have an accurate or even an ordinance that actually addresses signs. I noticed that there's a new sign off of Union Road, and what I mean by signs is advertising signs that they post these 2x4 posts, and then they put an ad for a local company, and they're all over the county. There are also those signs where the home developers for their homes for sales, telling you to make a U-turn because the housing development is here or there, and they're all on private property. I understand that, but somebody's making money on this, and that's the developers that are making the homes, and the property owners, I'm sure, are not having those signs up on their property for free. I'd like to see if we can address that, and I'd like the county council to look into seeing if we can bring it back on an agenda so that we can work on an ordinance and we can actually have these people. Obviously, these people are going to be grandfathered in, but we should have some kind of a filing fee for these advertising signs, and maybe we should limit, because, one of the things that people always say is they love living in San Benito County because it's, because of the countryside, but then we've got all these signs along a lot of major roads. So I'd like to address that. Also, I would like to see if you could bring back to on an agenda on a later date with regards to the spillway. I know that the neighbors are really concerned about this. I know the process that goes through it. They may not understand the process that goes through it, and they feel left out, and they want their voices heard. So if you can bring that subject up on a next agenda so we can deal with this project, get some landscapes, some kind of brush or trees out there to cover this up would probably help and appease everybody. So they can have an opportunity to come back and discuss it at a later date. I'd really appreciate it. Thank you.
Kathy Booth.
Good morning. Hi. So I just want to make sure that this is put on the agenda for us to talk about. I don't know if you're going to be able to cover it up with brush, but we've been asking about this for a year. And now we're organizing as a neighborhood. I've got some of my neighbors here, and once we have it on the agenda, we're going to, be here again and hopefully, get this figured out, because I'm sure you guys would not want to wake up and walk out your front door and look at this. And as my partner said, I was watching it and everything. I'm like, okay, fine, it's just dirt and everything. Came home from work, 3 to 11 shift, went to bed, woke up the next morning, and guess what I woke up to? Literally, about 3 weeks ago, was this. So I wasn't a no on K, I was a yes on K. I'm starting to understand the anger in town. I really am, because this was sneaky, and I've talked to my supervisor many times about this, trying to get information about it, and I've been put off. So I would just suggest that you pay attention. Thank you.
Thank you.
Put it on the agenda, please.
Thank you. Any other speaker cards? No. Okay, thank you. We'll close public. Now we'll go to department head announcements.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, we have an announcement out of our clerk auditor recorder's office, register of voters. We have Joe Paul Gonzalez here.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Board of Supervisors. Today before you as register of voters, I just wanted to bring to your attention that the March 3rd presidential primary really went off very successfully. I did not, anyone who wanted to vote, is eligible to vote, had an opportunity to vote. And really that's what we're here for. The election, the election results have been, were updated on Friday. We believe we're going to be prepared to do an election result update a day earlier than we had anticipated. It's going to be actually today. We're going to be begin tallying the votes at 3 p.m. So we're going to open the doors up on the upstairs where we, the tally room of the clerk recorder's office. The adjudication process will begin shortly after that, once, the first batches come in. As you know, the adjudication process is the process of determining voter intent where there is an issue concerning like extraneous marks that caused an overvote. The adjudication process brings in overvotes, undervotes, and write-in votes. So we'll begin that process when you can, and any observer can actually see that process on a large monitor that we have to be able to, see for yourself how the decision-making is made in order to ensure that the voter's intent is executed. I also wanted to say that we utilized the electronic poll books during this election, and it really made for an amazing ease of voting. Because if you were, for example, a no party preference voter and you wanted to cross over to one of the three major parties that allow crossover voting, you could do that very easily, and our electronic poll book could accommodate you to be able to not have to change your party, but to easily give you a ballot of one of those three major parties. But if you were, for example, a Republican, registered as a Republican, and you decided, no, I want to register as another party, you could do that at that time with that electronic poll book. You would have to sign the affidavit on the poll book, but we facilitated your ability to be able to vote for the candidate you wanted to vote for in the presidential election. Now, remember that in November, you won't have to do any of that, because in November, it'll be a choice between the two major parties on the ballot. Also wanted to really thank all the poll workers that came out and helped out. It makes for an awful long day. Starts at 6 a.m., setting up the polls. I was at the Apostolic Church at 6 a.m. Helping that inspector and those poll workers there. Our system of bagging, we went bags 1 through 11. Each bag has a specific purpose, and the inspector assigns the bag to one of the poll workers, and that's their duty, is to ensure that those items that have to be displayed in those bags, they're put up. And I travel to every polling location to look at those things, to inspect them, and also because I like to test the knowledge of the poll workers to ensure that our voters will get adequate service. I think that was about it. Are there any questions at this time from the board?
Questions from the board?
Yeah,
Supervisor Botelho?
I have a question. First off, I also want to thank all the poll workers and your staff for a very successful election. It's nothing like Iowa. And, one of the things, and I've had some compliments from a number of people as far as how smooth the process was at the polling places as well. And I went in and signed for my ballot using my finger on that electronic thing. What's the use of that? Because it didn't look anything like my signature. And what was the other question I had? I think that was the main thing. You know, is there any useful purpose as far as doing the signature with your
Well,
finger?
you know, our poll workers are instructed to ask every voter to sign it as if they were signing at the Department of Motor Vehicles. In other words, use your traditional signature.
But how do you verify that if it doesn't even look like the signature on the signature card on the registration?
Well, you know, as I mentioned, you know, we try to get everybody to do that process. And, you know, actually signature verification has a lot to do with, you know, during, you know, when you're 18 years old versus when you're 80, your signature changes, you know, a lot. So when the signature changes where we can't match signatures, we ask the voters, we send them out a card, and we ask them to come in and to re-sign, you know, their voter registration, because, you know, we need to match those voter registration cards.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, I might be looking at that.
You
with my
might be getting
signature.
one of those cards.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Just real quick through the chair, I just want to say thank you. I sat on election night out at the verification room or the ballot counting room, and I got to tell you, your staff is very professional. The volunteers are professional. You have some volunteers that have been volunteering for over 20 years. It's really impressive. So I wanted to thank you for us being such a small county and limited resources to having such a professional operation. Thank you.
You know, I'm actually, I actually feel very fortunate to have the staff that I do. My assistant Angela Curl and staff analyst Francisco Diaz, Mike Parsons, Shayla Gonzalez. You know, everyone on the staff is just, you know, they know why they work for elections. They're there to serve the voters, and so, you know, it's really reflective on their performance. So like I said, I'm very fortunate, and I thank them for their service.
Thank you,
Thank
Joe.
you.
Thank you, Joe Paul. I'd like to invite up our librarian, Nora Conte.
Morning. As I said here a while back, there's some things that I've been working on, and it's on your, it is on your agenda, and I'm really happy about that. We were successful, you know, in being able to do this. Supervisor, was there something in particular you wanted me to mention?
Yeah, well, we had talked about concerning moving on with the library. So some of the things that we're working on internally with staff is addressing the librarian or the library needs. I know that they went out for polling. I know that staff is internally looking at other options. The Vets Park, we're also working on a master plan right now concerning the library, and RMA is actually looking at potential development in the future to allocate space for the library for a satellite program in the rural areas. So that's one of the things that came up that was not that came up kind of short in that gray area on the polling. So we wanted to get those rural numbers up and kind of get more awareness up for individuals within our community. I don't know if you want to add anything else to that.
It's in a nutshell. Before I left to conference, that was some of the discussion that was held. I'm sure that there'll be more discussion that'll be taking place, but I think it's it really demonstrates how we're looking at the data that we received from that study that we did, and I'm really happy and I appreciate the efforts that are being made on the part of all of us to be able to move forward They may be smaller steps, not as big steps, but that's okay. You know, somebody said that the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single footstep, and I appreciate that because forward is forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
And some of those results we'll see later in our presentation concerning the behavioral health building as well. And actually considering that, that's the last item that I have for us, Mr. Board, is our groundbreaking event, a ceremony of the behavioral health new building. That'll be held today at 12:30. So we're requesting your board's attendance as well as to stop our board meeting at noon so we can actually depart over there. The location is 1131 Community Parkway. It's behind 1131 San Felipe Road, our existing behavioral health building. So we'd like to invite the public. There's been a lot of help from prior board members to move this forward. We have a few in the audience. So we definitely, it's been a long process, and I'm sure a couple of our board members are going to talk a little bit about that. But as Nora Conte mentioned, we're making progress, and we're making huge progress with this building. So with that, Mr. Chair, that's all the announcements that we have.
Thank you. Supervisor Gilliam?
Yes, sir. We on board announcements?
Yes, board announcements.
Sorry about that. Let me turn on my mic here. It's been a busy couple of weeks, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to highlight a couple of events. 4-H Pancake Breakfast, a huge turnout at they had it down at the Veterans Memorial Building this year, changed from Bellotto Park. So it was great to see everybody in the community come out and support that. And on that, myself, I believe Supervisor Hernandez has great interest in this as well. I've been working with CAO Espinosa on the funding for 4-H, and we believe that we found some sources for that we'll bring into the budget coming up in a few months, so should hear about that really soon. We had a behavioral health board meeting, and to update you on that briefly, where we had a report out from the annual report from behavioral health, and today we'll be getting a report from, I believe, Director Allen and possibly one or two of the behavioral health board members. So that'll be coming out today. That's an annual requirement by the state to get a report out to the Board of Supervisors. So I'll leave the updates on behavioral health to that because it's a pretty comprehensive update there. And with that, I will defer back, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Botello?
Yeah, thank you. A couple weeks ago, I ended up representing the county at the Central Coast Coalition, and it's a coalition of Santa Barbara County, San Luis Obispo, Monterey County, Santa Cruz County, and ourselves, representing the kind of the Highway 101 corridor in Caltrans District 5, and it's a kind of a legislative conference that a couple weeks before. It's very similar to what Supervisor Hernandez went on to speak with very high-level transportation people in Sacramento, as well as our legislators. And the focus is kind of the improvements of Highway 101 from the very south to our area in the north. And what as a group, we emphasize on protecting SB1 funding. As we're all aware, last year it came under a kind of a threat as far as recalculation, and we certainly want to try to keep it, in the same formula as it was promised. So, but I also had the opportunity to, talk personally with Director Gubbins, District 5 Caltrans here. And as everybody is well aware about the plans for Highway 25 and 156 to be have a safety improvement that would consist of a roundabout. And our concern as a board and the community has expressed it, very profoundly. I think in multiple meetings and multiple actions with the City Council of Hollister and our and Board of Supervisors, San Benito, expressing some other alternatives. Caltrans is concerned that they need to do something for the safety of the traveling public on both those highways at that particular intersection. But speaking with Director Gubbins, I kind of feel that they are looking into some alternatives if, you know, we could kind of pair it up with, you know, the Highway 25 widening project and do this sooner than later, not 7 or 10 years from now, but sooner. And I think we have a window of opportunity, and everybody is pretty well aware of it. I think Supervisor Hernandez and staff met with Senator Bell a few weeks ago. I had the opportunity to meet with Senator Caballero, and she was just adamant in opposition of the circle thing. And so that's how, and she said, and that her office would do whatever they can to, you know, help us reach a different resolution. And I'm not on COG. I know we're trying to bring in a management team to develop phases for the Highway 25 widening. And I think this needs to be, you know, expedited. And I think I see an opportunity to do a flyover if we could put our plan together. I think Harry, our RMA director, has been working on this. And I think we just need to formalize a financial arrangement and a plan. And Mr. Gubbins offered to meet again in a couple of weeks, which now is a couple of weeks. But I'm certainly reaching out to our COG directors to, you know, follow up with this. As one supervisor, I'm more than happy also to participate if we could come up with a solution. So that's what I have to report, and I respectfully request that we talk about this maybe the next meeting or the first meeting in April to see where we're at as a county, as a COG, and at the Caltrans district to see if we could do something other than this roundabout at 25 and 156. Thank you.
Hey, Ray, put it for the first meeting in April. Thank you. Supervisor Medina?
Nothing, sir.
Supervisor Hernandez?
I'll make some short announcements. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I kind of piggybacking off of what Supervisor Botello had mentioned, I just attended a mobility partnership meeting, and you know, there's a lot of catching up that I have to do. I know this is a complicated issue that's been developing for a long time, and the four pieces are the 25 widening, the interchange, the interchange from 101 onto 25, and then also the 25 156 interchange. So, and then the trade corridor. So this is something that I know that I'm going to try to catch up with my colleagues that have been on the mobility. But the main element that I wanted to mention is they did finally capitalize. I think the mayor had already shared on Facebook and that the left turn off of Bolsa going onto 25 is now going to be off limits from 3 to 7, I believe. So basically the main traffic hours in the evening coming home. So now we're going to be able to address the issues with not just accidents, but also the congestion in that one area. So, and then the other element, which is actually coming up pretty soon, so it's actually really important. April, we set up a special meeting, and that has to do with eliminating one of the trade corridor alignments. So there's 4 of them, and now it's getting down to brass tacks and trying to basically finalize on one. You know, I imagine it's still going to take a while, but it's a really important thing. So I just wanted to mention it with my colleagues, if they had any interest in sharing their input. Now, we had an intergovernmental meeting. I think Supervisor Dela Cruz was there. It was a really good meeting, but the main element was the schools are are very interested in understanding growth as it pertains to housing, so that they could plan for new schools. And so trying to come up with a plan that integrates what their planning is, so that way there's a little bit more symbiotic approach between the city and the county and the schools. So we're all basically planning for growth and learning how to curb the issues that we've had with growth. And then the last thing I wanted to mention is the EDC. I went to the business council meeting, and this is all granted. We just had a baby, a 5-pound, 4-ounce baby, so we're super stoked, but I've been running on fumes as far as energy goes, because when mama's up for 2 hours, you're up for 2 hours just the same. But yeah, so I went to an EDC Business Council meeting. They mentioned, I forgot the gentleman's name. I didn't get to talk to him very much. Our new EDC director, and we're really excited, basically with him now starting to implement the plan of the economic development in San Benito County. And the last thing I wanted to mention, Mr. Chair, which is really trying to understand the intent of this new initiative and how it's going to pan out. I know our county is looking at doing a fiscal analysis and figuring out what the details are. It's really, really important for us to understand, so that the voters understand what this is going to do in the impacts, whether negative or positive, on the public and on our community, our county services. So that's all I have, Mr. Chair.
On that note, sometime in
Mark Fontes.
April, or second meeting in April, why don't you have a presentation of what that initiative, it's all about, what's the impacts, fiscal and long-term?
Yeah.
We'll get it on.
Okay, I have nothing to report. Is there anyone wish to pull any of the closed sessions out?
Consent, you mean? Yeah, 7, please.
On 7?
Which one?
7. Sorry.
Let's move out of consent number 7. Anyone, any other number? None? Anyone from the public? None? What's the pleasure of the board?
I move we approve the consent agenda with the exception of 7.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
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 Again, motion carries. Supervisor Bartella, number 7.
Okay, I don't know. You want to talk about it first, Supervisor Gilio?
I could say a few words real quickly. So this was a result of a speech that was given by our governor, his State of the State speech, and then a couple days after that, I was contacted by Fair Management that had some concerns about the use of Bellotto Park for homeless or residentially challenged individuals to actually be able to come out there and stay. And actually, today I noticed Dara is out in the audience today, and if Dara wanted to say a few words on this with the chair's permission, I would ask if that be allowed. And with that, I'm not sure what you had pulled it for, Supervisor, so I could turn it over to you. I just wanted just a brief background.
Yeah, thank you. For one thing, when I saw that speech and the designations of potential homeless sites in the Central Coast, it's not just San Benito County. It's for the whole area. I found it to be pretty outrageous. It's upsetting. And I think this letter is too weak. It needs to be rewritten. And what we need to emphasize to the governor is that the fairgrounds is something that is very special to rural counties. And we're a rural county. And this one is off limits. And what he needs to do is fund state fairgrounds appropriately. And this has been a battle that RCRC has been fighting for a number of years now. And so this needs to be reconsidered by the state, that San Benito County should not even be considered for this type of use on these on our fairgrounds. The other emphasis that needs to be pointed out in the letter, which I'm deeply concerned about, is the other state property in Hollister, and we ought to include that as well. I don't like the idea of, that the state is, oh, well, we have this available. Well, guess what? It comes with strings attached. And we'll be taking in people from Santa Clara, southern Santa Clara County, Monterey County to be housed here. And I have a problem with that. We have a very good homeless program. We've made some real positive strides in getting people off the streets and into, housing and being constructive in their community and society again. But, if the governor thinks that throwing a couple pieces of property in our county is the answer for this region, for its homeless problem, he needs to hear it from us and hear it loud and clear. And this letter is not strong enough. And it needs to be more than a letter. It needs to be a resolution, and it needs to be sent to our state representatives too. That's what I had. Thank you.
So you're requesting that we remove this later and develop?
I think we need a different letter altogether, and that also identifies that second piece of property that.
You mean on the one by Lana Way,
That's correct.
next to our private business?
Right.
Mr. Chair, if I may respond, if Supervisor Patello's concerns, I am as well as very deeply concerned about this, and for the last 2 weeks, I've made this a priority to work on. And I had a conversation with the governor's cabinet secretary. His first name was Matt. I don't recall his last name now, regarding housing and homelessness. And he made it very clear to me that this was a property that was simply made available, and that the thing that's unclear, even with the fairgrounds and myself now, I think we have a little more clarity now, but it came out and there was no information. And that's what really disappointed me from the state. There was no communication to us about what this means. And all we got was a call from the fairgrounds. Thankfully, we have a good relationship with our fairgrounds, and they called and said, hey, we're not sure what this means, but you should be aware of it. So what he told me was that we're making this property available. It is up to the local jurisdiction how you're going to manage that. It's just an option for the use of this property, because technically now the state wouldn't allow that use for the property. However, they made it available if we chose to use us being the local jurisdiction. We were even concerned as what does the local jurisdiction mean? Does it mean the county of San Benito? Does it mean the city of Hollister? Does it mean a regional board? We didn't know what that meant. So these are all the things that I've learned over the last couple of weeks. I would really encourage us, and actually I support sending this letter out right away, because our fair manager had people show up already at the fairgrounds because of the news reporting, and they've been having to deal with that on a daily basis. So we need to get this out to the director of the CDFA right away to let them know that this local jurisdiction is not supporting that use. And if you wanted to bring something back later on to enhance that or include other properties, I would encourage that. But I do not want to pull this off of the agenda or delay this today. This was a kind of a scrambled effort to get this on the agenda today, and I don't want to pull it off, please. Thank you.
Supervisor Hernandez?
Yeah, I had some questions too, and I actually reached out to Ray, and I wanted to get some feedback from Supervisor Gilio on this item myself, because it was very gray, and the little that I've learned, I know that it's a location that's singled out, but I'm just trying to understand the sentiment of the state, because if they're basically trying to address homelessness without engaging their locals on the impacts on what this means, then on our end, we already have our own issues. We're trying. I know last year, I believe that the fair funding was cut, and then the county, we've been probably one of the catalysts in the state to address homelessness. So we established this home shelter, which basically has the wraparound services that ultimately address the different needs of the homeless residents. And I'm just blown away. And to pick a property that's a very viable, very productive property that ultimately benefits our community, that many residents, the rural residents, we have a large county that already has a lot of use, and all of a sudden they think that they can add this extra layer, that it's not going to have any negative impact. It just doesn't make any sense. So my biggest question, Mr. Chair, is what is the sentiment of the state that they would do this without talking to us?
Okay, I'll open up to the public. Anyone from the public?
If I may, sir. Should I step up?
Yes, step up. Actually, Elia, want to hold off a minute, please? Yeah, come up. You come up first.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dara Tobias. I'm the manager of the San Benito County Fairgrounds and the 33rd District Agricultural Association. I got one more day notice than the public did. I got a call from the California Department of Food and Ag the morning of the governor's speech to learn that we were designated as one of the 6 fairgrounds in the state of California that were going to be designated as available for the local jurisdiction. Again, as Supervisor Gillio said, I didn't know what a local jurisdiction was. We did a lot of legwork to try to find that out. To your point, Supervisor Hernandez, I'm not sure that the governor's office knows exactly what their point is, other than trying to find a solution that appeases the public. And I have to be careful how I say this because I do work for the public. But it is very frustrating, and there are no answers, other than the fact that we did get a definition of our local jurisdiction as our county because our property is located in San Benito County. So as far as funding, the fair funding was cut in 2010 to $0 to manage those properties, including salaries, insurance, utilities, security, anything that it takes to run a property. We got $0 from the state of California to run and maintain the state's property. We've worked our way up now to where we receive $50,000 for 1 year's operations. That barely covers our PG&E bill for the year. So salaries, again, insurance, utilities, all of those things that we take to fill our $900,000 budget, we earn ourselves. If we don't earn the money to put in our bank account, we don't get paid. There is no money coming from the state of California to cover our salaries, to cover any of the requirements that the state puts on us to maintain that property. So I will say thank you again for your support and for your interest in taking care of the property. We don't have a head count. We don't actually click people in, but we estimated haven't finished the numbers for 2019, but in 2018, we served almost 35,000 people at Blotto Park with events, with birthday parties, with weddings, with celebrations of life, horse shows, car shows, you name it, across the board. 35,000 people in our community and surrounding communities recreated at Blotto Park. So we feel that that has a huge value in our community, and we appreciate you supporting us in those efforts. If anyone has any specific questions, I'd be happy to answer the best I can, or get some questions answered in the future.
Mr. Chair, I just want to say thank you, Dara, for bringing this to my attention right away, and thank you for working with me over the last couple of weeks to get as many answers as we can get and getting me the right contacts. I really appreciate that. Thank you. And if anything else comes out of this, could you real time keep us notified too, so we can adjust to whatever we need to do? Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Okay, speaker cards.
Good morning again. So we do have a homeless problem here in San Benito County. If you go to the San Benito River, they're there. You go to Dunn Park, they're there. But then we all want to help the homeless, but not in my backyard. We have to do something. My concern is the fact that we have families and we have children out there. I'm personally having a tour of the new homeless facility, the tiny homes in San Jose, and I'm going to the one in Fresno next week. We have to do something, but I don't want to sound like we're just snobs and turning these people away, because they need to go somewhere, but we also need to take care of the homeless that happen to be in our community. The majority of the issues with the homeless is drugs and alcohol, so if you're going to have this homeless facility, then obviously, you can't have that. So people would rather be out on the streets than be into a facility, because you're going to have to be sober. It's not an easy subject to say yes or no to, but again, as a community, we all say that we sympathize with them, but we don't want them in our backyard. We don't want them in our neighborhood. I mean, we had that problem in the city of Hollister when we were trying to find a facility, and now it's over there. It's off San Felipe Road by the county buildings, and it wasn't going to be there. It was going to be on Wright Road, but you had all those people uproar. No, I don't want it here. Those people are problems, and they're not all problems, but they do come with something, and we have to do something. I don't know what it is, other than reach out and there's federal funds out there. I don't really know whether or not we, as the staff here, really reaches out to find out, to get monies. There's monies out there. There's federal funds out there. I've got Councilwoman Honor Spencer is in Washington, D.C. right now, and I just spoke to her last night, and she was telling me about all this, literally in the billions of dollars, that this county and this city is not reaching out to. So hopefully, the supervisors, you'll sit down with her when she gets back sometime in the next couple of weeks, sit down with her and find out all this information that she's gotten. And one of the things that she mentioned to me in a phone call yesterday was about homelessness and about roads. So there are ways for us to get access to money to try to help with this issue. Again, mental drugs and alcohol, we need the funding for that, and that's available. We need to reach out and try to get those funds for our community. Thank you.
Are we done? With anyone else from public comment? I'm gonna close it. Actually, hold on. Tracy, can you come up to the podium, please? Dulce, can you come up there too? My question to both of you guys, what has San Benito County done in terms of homeless?
So we've done a lot. We actually recently just had a presentation for the board on the homeless updates. I don't have all the specific details, but we've done a lot of work within the community for the homeless. Do you have the?
I'm gonna pull up the letter. There's actually a table on there that states the homeless population, and I just want to bring it up as a visual.
So I don't know if you have specific questions as far as what services we have available to them. I mean,
The letter actually outlines it really well, Tracy.
does.
Yeah,
It
they
has
did a great
all
job
the-
of all the different things that we are doing and the money we're spending, the
Yeah.
grants we're receiving, the future of the tiny homes that are coming, the expansion. There's a lot there.
Yeah, because, members of the audience keep saying that we don't do enough. And this is a golden opportunity for us to showcase what we do.
and we did just present this to the board.
I think at the
last
board
meeting,
meeting
yeah.
before this, but
We continue to actively pursue different grants and opportunities to grow. Here's the homeless shelter and transitional housing. We're currently on phase 3, so I believe that's the yellow one. The pink and blue is already finished and completed. We have some other opportunities that we are pursuing. We're in the process working with RMA to get things approved, and so that is our small homes up at the Migrant Center. We're working with that. So we have a lot of things working. As she stated, there are a lot of homeless people in our community who have other issues outside of just homelessness, and that does make our job a little bit more complicated, and so we continue to pursue them. At this point, they have to be willing. And a lot of the people that we see in our community are not willing and don't want the help from our agencies. And so we just continue to try to outreach them. We do have an outreach team that works with these people on a regular basis. And at the end of the day, we're trying to develop relationships in order for them to then trust us to get them engaged in services to house them.
So we are going beyond just the normal. We are putting money, we are seeking grant.
yeah, and I want to highlight that with numbers. If you look, every 2 years we have to do a census of our homeless count, and our last count, you could see a drop in the homeless count from the prior years. So I think that's a really great representation of what's being done in the community by the actual count.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Thank you. I think the community supports and appreciates what you just said. Supervisor Patello?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm happy you brought our directors up, and that was a point I want to make. It's millions of dollars that we're spending on the homeless program in San Bernardino County. It's 6, 7, 8 million in just capital needs, and we still have a problem, and the problem is a handful of people that really don't want to be dealt with, don't want to help, and they are in the river, and it's appalling to most of us. But using our fairgrounds is insulting, absolutely insulting to me, being a lifelong resident of San Benito County. And this is a good letter, you know, and we do need to send it out today, no question about it. I'm not asking, but we have to take a stronger stance and protect, you know, a community asset that is the cultural fabric of our county is our fairgrounds. And, you know, if the governor wants to lead by example, he needs to make the Cal Expo a homeless shelter first. And we'll be happy to send those people that are up in our river up to Sacramento, and I'll pay the way.
Okay.
And they could stay at the Cal Expo.
All right.
But, you know, we just have to take a real strong stance. And if the property on Lana Way, you know, members of this board and previous boards have wrestled with transitional housing, homeless center facilities, and we got to make sure that's compatible, that we're working with the neighbors, doesn't interfere with economic development and the attractiveness of an area, but to willy-nilly just to say, oh, this property is available, I have a problem with it. They could sign it over to San Benito County, and we'll do with what we think is best with it. And as far as coming back to the fairgrounds, you know, as a property owner myself, I have to invest in my property, whether I'm growing apples or it's nothing. But I have to put money to it to maintain it and not be a problem. And the state has neglected all of the fairgrounds statewide, and they need to step up and start doing the right thing. And it's really a lot of the different policies of our neighboring counties and major cities that has contributed greatly to the homeless issue. But the minute that we accept something from the state, we better be careful about the strings that are attached to it. That's what I have.
Thank you, Supervisor Botello.
Mr. Chair? When you get a chance, thank you.
I will allow Jim to say comments, but if this motion passes, I'd like to create an ad hoc committee of Supervisor Gilliar and Botello to reach out to the state of California, making sure we protect Blotto Park. It's very important.
Great. Yeah, I'm sorry my comments were so brief. I've been living this for the last 2 weeks, so I kind of assumed everybody knew what was in my head. I probably shouldn't assume that. So here's a couple of points that we pointed out to the state and that are also reflected in the letter. Blotto Park is approximately 9 miles from any city services, mental health care, and county services. Public transportation is extremely limited. As a matter of fact, we have no regular route there now. Public safety is very limited. And I believe our sheriff's department is understaffed with just a couple of deputies on patrol at a time, as well as CHP. I've talked to the CHP captain trying to get additional enforcement over here, and he tells me that in any given day they may have 3 or 4 officers from Blossom Hill to the Monterey County line to the top of Dinosaur Point and all of San Benito County, if you can imagine that huge area. So public safety is extremely limited. Blotto Park is very active and hosts many youth events, including FFA, Boy Scouts, school districts, and dozens more organizations, if you can imagine that. I'm sure you've all been out there for different events. This area would also likely be served by the Tres Pinos School District, which has a limited capacity of approximately 108 students. So depending on how many people they imagine living out there, the kids need to go to school somewhere. And where do the kids go to school? They fall into that district, which has extremely limited facility space and staffing currently now. I actually had homeless advocates reach out to me and say, hey, you can't just take people that maybe, as other folks have mentioned through public comments, in the river, so to speak, and put them on an island 9 miles south of your town. That's inhumane. You can't do that. There's no services. So I heard that as well. And then the other point, we've all said it, but San Benito County is actually a model for homeless care and is very progressive with our mental health services for homeless, with our housing for homeless. We have people tour You guys have been here, 16, both of you, 16 years, and you deserve the credit, as well as the team members for supporting that over the last 16 years, because we are literally a model. We have people come from all over the state and perhaps the country to view what we're doing. And my comment to the gentleman I spoke to from the governor's office was land isn't going to help us right now. What would help us, if you said you want to give us $10 million, we could expand the services that we have, because we have a great campus and a great location now. Why would we want to bifurcate that effort? So anyways, I just wanted to make a little bit longer statement. These are all the things that we've been working on over the last couple of weeks. And thank you to all the staff, team members, and the board for your time.
Thank you. What's the pleasure of the board?
Chair, I move that we adopt number 7 and approve the letter to send off to the director of the CDFA.
And appoint Gilio and Portello as the point contact in case Sacramento has
Sure.
other.
Okay.
You
Thank
accept that, Supervisor?
I do accept that, yeah.
Is there a second?
You know,
I second, Mr. Chair.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Against, motion carries. Thank you. Now we go to, the next item is public hearing. However, we're going to go to regular agenda for number 20, make a presentation update on the coronavirus.
Good morning.
Morning.
So as you all are aware, we have been dealing diligently with the coronavirus for a little over a month, and we felt that it would be wise to bring updated information to the board as well as the public. I have my Director of Public Health, Lynn Mello, here, who is prepared to do a presentation. Also, Dr. Marty Finsterstribe is here as well, our Public Health Officer. Should there be any general questions that he can answer, we're here to answer them. I just want to recognize Public Health have been working very, very tirelessly on this. Things change every minute regarding this coronavirus, and it's been tough. And so if you see them in the public, thank them. They are working very, very hard and are probably very tired, but this is their passion. And so without any further ado, Lynn, if you could come up and present.
Good morning, Chair of the Board, Board of Supervisors, members of the public. My name's Lynn Mello, as Tracy said. I'm Deputy Director, Public Health. And today, I'm going to talk to you about coronavirus. And as Tracy said, we've been working on this actually since January. And it's been a very busy, rapidly moving situation that sometimes we have a hard time keeping up with. So what is novel coronavirus? Well, I think we all know. We've seen lots of news and social media. It's a respiratory illness. It's caused by a new coronavirus. The coronaviruses are a family of viruses that cause the common cold. This new novel coronavirus is called COVID-19. And the symptoms of the illness, of course, are cough, fever, and shortness of breath. And it's transmitted through respiratory droplets. When you sneeze and you cough, you have these microscopic droplets that come out and they go into the air. And I want to emphasize that 80% of COVID-19 patients have experienced mild illness. And this is the roadmap that public health uses to do their work, basically. And I don't want to get too deeply into this, but we do this every day. We do it with tuberculosis. We do it with valley fever. We do it with E. coli. We do it with sexually transmitted diseases. And we are receiving reports on a daily basis on over 50 reportable diseases that are mandated to be reported by doctors and clinics. And so this is the roadmap that we use. And we do lots of investigation. We confirm through lab testing. We are constantly in communication with our partners, healthcare providers, patients. And when we have an outbreak, whether it's E. coli or now coronavirus, we are the first responders. We are the emergency responders that work on containing and mitigating these diseases.
So this is a very long timeline that we've been working on, and I'm not going to go through every detail, but we did in December receive our first health alert from the Global Health Alert Network that there was this new virus in China. And so we began following these reports. We have a weekly surveillance meeting, and we look at data globally and locally from our local emergency department, from our local providers, and from a database that we use that's called CalReady. It's a state database that we enter all of our reportable communicable disease data into. And so on January 28th, we got a call from a community member who traveled to Wuhan to visit his family. And he told us he got this card at the airport that said, if you are feeling any symptoms, that you should contact your local health department. And that's what he did. And so we immediately consulted with Dr. Fensterscheib and with the state, and we put this person on isolation in his home. And then we found out the next day that his wife was feeling ill. And we decided that we needed to get these folks tested. And so we sent them for testing on the 29th, and then we waited. And we decided to activate our Department Operations Center in preparation for a positive result. We kept hoping this was just the flu. And we were just hoping and hoping that this was not going to come to us. But on that fateful Super Bowl Sunday, we got the call that it was that both results for the husband and wife were positive. And so I notified my chain of command, and I called back about a dozen staff, and we fully activated our Department Operations Center, and we started trying to figure out how we were going to get these folks evaluated. We had a press release and, a press conference, because the media were just swarming. And so Dr. Marty conducted that press conference, and we had the local media outlets here, but we have been getting calls constantly from everyone from KSBW, KMPG radio, to the New York Times, to CNN, to Fox News, and it hasn't stopped. And so on the 2nd, we were working with local hospitals trying to figure out how we were going to get these folks, regional hospitals trying to figure out how we were going to get these folks treated. And finally, as we all know, UCSF, our regional infectious disease hospital, took the patients, and they needed a higher level of care. And just as an aside, our local hospital also had a flu outbreak at the same time. So we had to our local skilled nursing facility and hospital had a flu outbreak. So we had to concurrently work that flu outbreak and try to contain the flu and try to keep the healthcare workers healthy and stop visitation and stop, group activities and prophylax the patients and the healthcare workers while we were dealing with the coronavirus incident. And then the CDC sent a team out to help us do the investigation and figure out who all those people, who our 2 coronavirus patients touched when they came, when he came back from the airport, where they went, what they did in between the time that they arrived and then discovered their symptoms. And so then the CDC also sent out a specialist to our hospital to assess the hospital for its readiness to receive more patients in the event that we had more spread. And so we continually monitor this situation, and it is, as I said, rapidly evolving. And now we're moving from containing cases to mitigation. And as y'all know, Friday, the county declared a local state of emergency to increase our administrative and fiduciary flexibility. The governor proclaimed an emergency on the 4th, a state emergency. And so money is going to be appropriated. The CDC has appropriated $25 million to go out to the states and local jurisdictions. We don't yet know how that money is going to come down or how much we might get. And, you know, it's a global to local situation. As of 6:34 p.m. last night, we had 604 cases worldwide. This is changing daily. We're getting 3,000 to 6,000 more cases each day. The bulk of the cases are in China. You all probably know from this morning's news that Italy, the whole country of Italy, is on lockdown. South Korea has got a bulk of cases, Iran, France, Germany, Spain, and we have 605 cases. That is probably this morning a higher number. And in California, we've got 133 cases. We've had 2 deaths. Yesterday, Santa Clara announced their first death. We had a death in Placer County last week. These are older folks who are more at risk, and they have underlying health conditions as well. And you see, we have travel-related cases, we have person-to-person cases, we have some community transmission. We don't exactly know where it came from, and we have 18 cases that are under investigation in the state of California. And so these are all the counties that have been affected. 48 counties are working around the clock, really, in their jurisdictions on this. And when you get a case, it just stops all your other programs that you're working on because you have to pull staff to help on this particular effort. So what's next? We want to prevent the spread of this in our community. We want to minimize illness and prevent death. We want to maintain the healthcare workforce. And we want to keep our healthcare system functioning optimally. As we saw in the flu outbreak at the hospital, the healthcare workers got sick and they were short-staffed. We don't want this to happen in our community. So we are sending out recommendations. As you all know, Santa Clara has put a ban. They're a much bigger metropolis than us, but they're right next door, and probably half our population commutes out every day and comes back into our county. And so we have sent out strong recommendations to minimize the risk by minimizing public gatherings. We've been getting calls from event planners asking us, should we go on with the Arts Council gala? Should we go on with the library tea function? And you know, then we ask them, well, who are going to be in attendance? Well, older folks that are retired, people over 60, and those are our folks that are at risk. And so we've really made some strong recommendations about travel and about social distancing and public gatherings, but we don't have any bans, and we want people to use their good common sense. Wash your hands, don't touch your face if you can help it. It's a very hard thing not to do. If you are sick, stay home. Don't go to work sick. And if you have older folks in your family and you're sick, stay away from them. Just yesterday, Dr. Wang from the skilled nursing facility called me and had extreme concerns about visitation at our skilled nursing facilities at Hazel Hawkins. And we were just over the weekend deliberating about stopping visitation. And I've had numerous calls from the public saying, why aren't you stopping visitation? Well, we can't move fast enough. We have to coordinate that with the infection control folks at the hospital. and the nursing director, and so we've got to get all these things in place. And so I told Dr. Wang yesterday, please, if you would like to, as a director, just give that directive to your CEO and your staff. Please go ahead. We're working on bringing that directive to you from the health department and from our health officer. And so what we really want to do is empower and inform our community. And so we are preparing guidance. We're sending out press releases. We're trying to protect our vulnerable population. We're getting word out to our faith-based communities. We're meeting this afternoon with Hazel Hawkins Hospital and with emergency services and the Office of EMS staff and our ambulances, our firefighters, the Office of Emergency Services to talk about supply chains and what they need. Public Health has an emergency cache of supplies with N95 masks, gowns, and other equipment. And so we're going to talk today about triage and prioritization of those supplies for our local community. And we will have a plan by the end of that meeting today. And we're also working with the schools in the community. Crystal Lamonto she just sent out a bulletin. She just came back from the state capitol herself, meeting with the governor and with the state health officer. And we're going to be meeting with the school districts too to talk about how, if they get a student or students that are diagnosed with coronavirus, how to deal with that, how the school should deal with it. So we do have emergency plans in place, and we are ready to respond. And we've been trained for this, and we've been waiting for this. We've always said when this comes, not if it comes, but when it comes. So it has come. And hopefully the impact will be minimal on our community. So thank you. Do you have questions?
Yeah, I got a quick question. Is there a communication between City of San Juan and City Hollister on all this process and education and planning process?
Well, we are sending all information that comes out with all recommendations to the cities, to the county, to, like I said, the faith-based communities, to businesses, to schools. So in terms of coordination, our emergency preparedness team reaches out to partners in the community, and they do, throughout the year, they do exercises and tabletops. And so we invite people from Hollister City, from San Juan Bautista, from the county, from the hospitals, from the schools. So we're continually training and exercising for not just this kind of a pandemic, but for earthquake and flood and other types of disasters.
So when something happens, there are certain people that take lead responsibilities. And most of the time, the elected officials kind of step back.
Yeah.
How long does it take before the elected officials get informed or get update on the event or events?
So are you talking about the actual, are you talking about the exercises, or are you talking about the
No, the actual
event?
Corona 9.
So,
perfect.
So I work through my chain of command, and so I inform Tracy, and then she informs the board. And so, like, for instance, when we got the positive results, when we had persons under investigation, these two folks under investigation before we got the positive results, Tracy was informed, our CAO was informed, and the board was informed. And then when we got the positive results, same day, it went up through the chain of command.
Was the City of San Juan City Council members or the City Council, City Hollister informed too at the same time the board was?
I believe so.
Okay. Any other questions?
Just for clarity on that, they were informed on the same day.
Supervisor Giller?
Just briefly, maybe for Ray, CAO, do we have plans in our IIPP, our Injury and Illness Prevention Plan, to deal with something this broad? And number two, how do we ensure continuity of government services? Do we have plans for folks to work at home? How do we take care of our team members? We talked a lot about the community and what's happening, but if our team members aren't healthy and safe, or we have a plan. I'm sure we do, but I'd like to inform the public about what that plan is.
You want to add anything to that?
Well, so it says on all our badges that we are disaster service workers. And so, we call folks, we call county employees from other departments to assist. Or if we need to request mutual aid, like the CDC came and worked with us. They were part of our mutual aid. But we would call upon, we would work in concentric circles. First, we'd work with our local resources. And then if we needed to, through the Office of Emergency Services, request further mutual aid, then we go out to that circle. And then if we need even more mutual aid, then we reach out beyond that circle to the federal government.
And the question is a little different. It's what are we doing to care for our employees? We have, antibacterial soap, people that are exposed to people that are coming in. And how do we keep our folks healthy and safe? Because if you don't take care of yourself first as a disaster worker, you can't take care of anybody else. So what are the plans and what is the education for that?
Well, there's a long list of recommendations that talk about disinfecting surfaces. We have hand sanitizer throughout, our departments. Some departments have hand sanitizer dispensers on the walls. And then we have janitorial services that do cleanings on a regular basis.
So,
is that...
Mr. Chair, if I may as well. So staff is regularly meeting concerning that. Some of the, again, this is evolving and this is becoming bigger and bigger. So as we've been meeting internally, we've been discussing, and I'll state this, potentially stopping visits at the jail, for instance, other things to protect our employees. So those things are being discussed internally, as well as communicating those types of things to the city managers in the local jurisdictions. I want to make sure that was emphasized, that we have been in communication with them concerning this. So it is ever evolving. We are constantly meeting internally with staff to address those things, and especially if there is somebody that does get sick, how are we going to handle that? What are we going to do? And those are the things that we're discussing.
So when someone from the public gives me or gives Anthony a call, and we don't know anything about it, what's our first response? I say, well, I don't know, let me get back to you, or call this number. So somehow the board needs to be informed some way, enough for us to, direct them to the right direction.
You could direct them to the public health department. We're fielding calls all day long.
Supervisor Medina?
Well, first of all, I want to give credit to where it's due. Since February 2nd, since this outbreak, communication's been great, I feel, between myself and and Tracy in particular. Jaime, your question about when public has questions, I will give him Tracy's information.
Well, I
And
guess when Channel 8 calls you, and my first question is, I don't know.
She's been very responsive. In a matter of minutes, when I text her, she's on game. So I do want to give credit to your staff, yourself, and everyone else.
Thank you.
I had a concern about the non-English speaking residents, but I see KMPG radio has been active, and I believe Telemundo channel 23.
Yes,
If
and
we
then,
can continue that communications, that's critical.
and we're translating all our bulletins
Yes.
and alerts and updates into Spanish.
Yes, so I appreciate that. I just wanted to just say thank you.
Sure.
Supervisor Botello?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you, Lynn, for everything you're doing. When we were walking in, you're kind of describing what your days have been like the last, few weeks, and I really appreciate your dedication and the entire public health department's dedication, and you're very proud of how you handled the first two cases, and it was kind of we're the first ones to get it. They're number 9 and 10
That's correct.
in the United States, and you handled it perfectly. The department, and it's been a workload that has been phenomenal since then, and I'll tell you, as one supervisor, it's really hard when you're pretty much understaffed too. You don't have the number of nurses that you would like to have to kind of spread out that workload and so forth. And that's one of the disadvantages that we have in the county, is that all our departments are should be staffed probably double than what they are. And since we're not, we still have to provide these services to the public, and I'm very proud of what you've been able to accomplish, and really appreciative too.
Thank you.
Okay. I'll open up to the public. Do you have any speaker cards? No? Okay, I'll bring it back. And this is more of an informational report. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, next item on the agenda will be public hearing. County Council's Office, Barbara. Hemp.
Joel Ellingwood will present this item.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors, members of the public. The effort to update the industrial hemp ordinance was a collaborative effort involving the two members of the board, a stakeholder group, and the departments that are involved. We had one glitch in the rush to get a new ordinance in place, and that had to do with the application of the exclusion zone for processing. And so the corrections that are before you today concern those corrections to the ordinance. I am available to answer any questions about that.
Questions from the head of committee? None? None? Okay. Gonna open up the public hearing. Do you have any speaker cards? I'll close the public hearing.
Mr. Chair, if I could also read the title of the ordinance for the record. An ordinance of the Board of Supervisors of the County of San Benito making corrective amendments to the provisions of Chapter 7.04 of Title 7 of the San Benito County Code relating to hemp entities. And then the motion, when the board considers it, to waive further reading and adopt the ordinance. Accept introduction, waive further reading, and adopt the ordinance.
Okay, what's the pleasure of the board?
Move to adopt ordinance 1005.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Against, motion carries. Thank you. Now we'll go to regular meeting number 21. Accept the annual behavioral health board report and information presentation.
I'd like to invite up our Director of Behavioral Health, Ellie Yamamoto, as well as our sitting board chair of the Behavioral Health Board, and I think vice chair as well. Thank you, Alan.
Good morning. We're Behavioral Health, and we're here to do an informational presentation. There's a requirement in the W&I code for a report to be produced by the Behavioral Health Board and to be provided to the local governing board, which is our Board of Supervisors. So today I have with me our chair of the board, Margie Barrios, and our vice chair of the board, Pat Lowe, both also former retired Board of Supervisor members. And you have before you the actual report. We're not going to read all of it for you. Then we do have some PowerPoints to reference. And I believe Pat and Margie both have some oral presentation that they'd like to make for you. And then I wanted to make reference to one of the PowerPoints that we have here also about our partnerships with community-based organizations that are doing some work here in the community. So who would like to go first? Okay, Pat?
Thank you. Good morning again. The Esperanza Center is near and dear to my heart. The center was funded by Prop $63. The Esperanza Center first opened in 2007 on 5th Street, and then it moved to San Benito Street in 2009, where it's located now. Most of you know Esperanza means hope, and I believe that that is what this means to the people that use the center. The center offers group classes, presentation by group communities and agencies. It also offers coffee and good conversation. Some of the classes offered to the adults at the center are arts, healthy cooking, exercise, creative writing, and of course support. Most classes are taught by peer mentors, but the Esperanza Center is much more than classes or groups. It is a lifeline to people marginalized by mental illness. Imagine spending your days hiding in your home, being paralyzed by fear. And then one day you find a place that accepts and encourages you. You find friends, maybe for the first time in your life. You have someone to have a cup of coffee with, go to the movies, or even catch a meal. You are liberated. And on a good day, not every day, but a good day, you feel your life is normal. That is what the Esperanza Center can do for people struggling with mental illness. Esperanza Center's values are wellness, hope, and recovery. Their mission is to promote these values while continuing an effort to reduce the stigma of people with mental illness. The center also offers a program for teenagers and young adults, which has fun and entertainment such as Wii Sports, a pool table, ping pong table, air hockey, movies, and of course snacks. To become a member, all you have to do is be a client of San Benito County Behavioral Health, where you can also receive more information. The center has grown and now has new community partnerships. I would like to introduce retired Supervisor Mario Barrios and our current chair of the Behavioral Health Board.
Good morning, Supervisors, Mr. Chair. It's a pleasure to be here before you. The San Benito County Data Notebook 2019 states, we are advocates on behalf of adults with severe mental illness and children with severe emotional disturbance and their families. Our behavioral health department focuses on both, but it's important to note that because our children are the most vulnerable and because childhood trauma will contribute to their lifelong mental health, we have to make every effort to provide them with services and resources now. Providing better opportunities for a child's well-being is the behavioral health plan. We can do that by engaging and partnering with our community as we have done with our schools and our local agencies. We have recently collaborated with First Five. As you well know, some of you attended the what we call the Family Impact Center, and we collaborated with them to support families with immediate needs. We're expanding the LGBTQ program to make it a prevention and early intervention program. The department has provided funding to support the homeless population, and there was extensive discussion of that earlier in conjunction with San Benito County Health and Human Services. We are expanding outreach in our schools by partnering with the San Benito County Office of Education. Children in our school districts through behavioral health are encouraged to participate in events, local events like our art contests, and their work is displayed locally. While San Benito County Behavioral Health continually strives to improve programs and resources, the Data Notebook raises awareness and identifies potential unmet needs and make recommendations. We take those recommendations to heart. It states that we can strengthen a child's resilience by having safe, stable, and nurturing relationships and environments within our county and outside the family. That's the San Benito Behavioral Health goal. Thank you for your continued support, and kudos to the San Benito County Behavioral Health Department, their staff, for their unwavering dedication to this community. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then I think in the interest of time, I'll just orally present the list that I have rather than put the PowerPoint up of the community-based organizations that we do work with here in the community. So there are a number of them, and they certainly don't represent all the contracts we have, but I want you to get an idea of who some of our local-based partners are that are actually delivering services here in the community. So we have the San Benito Health Foundation, which was one of our projects through the MHSA. It was a prevention and early intervention project. And our idea there was to put a clinician on site. We have a clinician placed there 2 days a week. And what we were really looking for was the ability to do warm handoff of a healthcare provider to the clinician, because they sometimes come across people that have mental health problems. They had typically been giving them a card that has representation of services at our agency, and we were finding that wasn't doing a whole lot in terms of having people actually follow through. So the idea of actually having somebody on site that they could literally walk over when they were receiving their physical health or dental care was the concept. And we've been doing that for quite a few years with them, and they've been a good partner with us, and I know they appreciate our services as well. And then there's Community Solutions. This is a recent new partnership with them, and they opened the Youth Drop-In Center at Esperanza, which is open, I think it's either 3 or 4 nights per week, and they're doing that out of our Esperanza Center. They're also providing a meal in the evening for the kids that they're serving. And the last count that I heard, even within the short amount of time that we've been doing this, is they have about 50 attendees attending. So that's pretty good performance in a very short time. And then, as Margie mentioned, we also have our partnership with First Five, who started the Family Impact Center. And we just signed an MOU with them where we will have a staff person located on site at that location, providing services to the clients that they serve. And then we also have Youth Alliance, who's been a contractor for us for many years, and they're doing prevention and early intervention work for us. Some of it school-based, some of it out of their center. And then Suicide Prevention of the Central Coast. You might remember them from the many years that they provided a suicide helpline. And the work that they are doing for us is they're doing training for first responders and at-risk populations. And it's basically, as our name says, it's focused on suicide prevention. And then we have the Sun Street Center. Even though this is a W&I code mandate that this be a mental health report, we are behavioral health. And Sun Streets, I know, has been mentioned quite a few times in the community, and they are also one of our contractors and partners. And one of the most long-standing programs that we've done with them was the starting of the men's SLE, which is the sober living environment. And we purchased 4 dedicated beds there, dedicated meaning they're paid for whether they're full or not. We find that we almost always fill them. And then they also have the women's SLE that we have a contract with. And then they're recently opened women's perinatal residential, which we are working with them together to make sure that they do all the licensing requirements that they need to fulfill. And I think they're getting very close to that. And then we have a very recent contract that we did with Seneca. Seneca is a large mental health provider, and they are also a foster family agency affiliated with Kinship, which is one of their divisions now, which you all know from their local history here. We have a intensive home-based services contract with them, and they will be providing in-the-home support for foster families that have children in placement who have high mental health needs. And then we also have a provider called Transcend. This is an individual who also provides services for perpetrators of domestic violence, and they do that through referral from the court and their affiliation with probation. But our project with them is really focused around prevention and early intervention, because there's another side to domestic violence, and that's the victim of domestic violence. So Transcend is providing counseling and support for those people. And our hope is that with that help that we can prevent deeper mental illness like depression or panic disorders, that type of thing. So those are some of our local partners, and I just wanted you to be aware of that. And I hope to see you all this afternoon at 12:30 at our grand opening for, not grand opening, but groundbreaking for our behavioral health building. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. I would encourage through the chair just to read the actual report in the agenda if you have any questions about what's going on with behavioral health. The report was very, I wouldn't call it comprehensive, overall technical, but it's a very good community-based way to read what's going on at behavioral health. Then the report should be attached in our agenda, and if not, we'll print it out and have it in the back.
It's attached to your agenda.
It's attached.
Any questions, comments from the board? None? Open up from the public? None? Thank you, Ellett.
Thank you.
Next item will be the census.
Hi, board. Is it on? Yes. So official census date is April 1st, 2020. It's approaching very soon. A little refresher on some funding we received for from the state for census outreach, specifically to target the hard-to-reach population in San Benito County. So we received $75,000 from the state. From that, we've contracted with Youth Alliance to help us with a lot of our outreach efforts. And Youth Alliance is here, and later on, they're going to present what they're doing in our community. And I am grateful to have them as partners in here today. They're doing great work in our community. Earlier in January of 2020, we found out the state is allocating an additional $81,000 to our community for outreach efforts. And we're going to partner with Community Foundation to accept the funding, and they're going to manage the funding but work with the county to make sure we spent it all and it goes towards the hard-to-reach population. And part of that is making sure Youth Alliance, since they're already tied in and doing the great work, ensuring that they do get proper funding. So in San Benito County, our hard-to-count population are generally children under 5, people who are unemployed, multifamily unit, or people living, multifamily living in one unit. Also, individuals receiving public assistance, non-high school graduates, immigrants, and people that have limited English would be our hard-to-count. So in San Benito County, we have approximately 21% who are foreign-born, 21 who are 25 or older and did not receive any high school education. We have 20% who earn an income 150% below the poverty level. So here's San Benito County, and if you look at the map, the red is really where most of our population that's hard to count is. And so the county's been working with many partners and building partnerships with a lot of very great organizations and throughout the county with different departments. So it's a cooperative effort to try to get census information out. Some events from earlier this year include Stuff the Bus, where Community Foundation printed coloring books for the community, and they were handed out with the handout of backpacks. The backpacks are given to lower income families, and it was right before school started. It was a really successful event. There was a lot of people. It was hot, but it was good. Also the library's plugging in census information into programs they're already running, and they are actually going to be a location where people can come and fill out the census online. Okay, so I'm actually going to introduce Youth Alliance. Diane Ortiz is their executive director. Which do you want to come up on? So we've been working, they have been doing a lot in our community. So I just want to, there's a few slides that they're going to present, and I'll finish at the presentation. But I want to present the Youth Alliance team. So, or do you want to introduce the team?
Yeah.
Okay, so Diane.
Good morning, supervisors and community. Youth Alliance was pleased to be able to support the census efforts in partnership with Dulce and the county. We understand the critical importance of ensuring that everyone is counted and that the funding is brought back to San Benito County for education, for food services, low-income housing, things like that. And so the census team, we're really excited to be able to have some wonderful folks at the Youth Alliance helping to lead this effort. And so I just want to introduce them because they're really the boots on the ground and making this work happen. Jose Martinez Aldana is our Deputy Director of Programs, and Rigo Jimenez is in charge of leading out the census efforts.
Cool. All right. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair, Board, everyone in attendance. Like previously mentioned, so I'm Rigo with Youth Alliance. So we have been out in the community probably since February, really on the ground efforts after we comprised our team. So you see on the slide, so something that we created is we know that just us talking in a meeting or at meetings at school is not gonna do all the outreach. So with the help of Esmeralda Owen, who is one of our most recent additions to our Youth Alliance team, she's helped to develop PSAs that have been turned into essentially commercials that have been airing like on KON, CW, Telemundo. That started at the end, the last week of February it started, and they're gonna be running for about 6 weeks. And we also have flyers that we created, and probably gonna be hard to see from here for everybody. The other little door hangers that we've developed, they're Spanish and English, right, front and back. And the images that are on there are not just like images we got from Google, right? They're actually members of the community, their families, their youth from here. And the flyers that we created have, again, different images of different families, and also a quote that correlates with why they believe the census is important in the community. And again, it's been very strategic. We didn't want to just have, kind of Joe Schmo on there or like our staff on all the flyers. We want people asking for the community. So we have a mom from a school that was a case at HCLA at the Dual Language Academy. We had a flyer that actually one of the parents was on there. So we went out canvassing. She actually joined us, and having her face as part of our canvassing team meant more than just having, again, just us staff going out and canvassing. And we do have some press releases that go out. It's been on average like every 2 weeks. So pretty much when it happens to coincide with the canvassing event. So we have a crew of people going out in the community and actually, going door to door. We don't knock, so we're not trying to be extremely, invasive to the community. It's just very informative. So just leaving door hangers, again, that are bilingual. And also we have these very nifty little quadfolds, kind of like know your rights for census. So they're Spanish and English. A lot of folks aren't familiar with what the census is or why it's important to be counted. It's a lot of money coming in or not coming in if we don't get counted. So he's letting people know what's going on is important. So there's some cheesy little pictures, right? So we've been tabling ever since late last year, and again, the emphasis has been stronger as of late, just because it's getting closer every single day. So a couple outreach efforts. Iliana right here with the Youth Alliance table. That was just on Saturday. So we're being specific about where we're tabling. So in the hard to count areas. So she actually right outside of Hollister Super, right on 4th Street. So that's like the bright red spot on the map is West Hollister. So being strategic of where we are sending our staff. And we have, a bunch of swags. We have hats, we have shirts, we have bags, pens, all the typical stuff that you have just to bring people in. And then once we lure them in with that stuff, then we just load them up with information. And it's been effective, for sure. So we've been at a few events. Again, we've been at 2 at the Veterans Building, talking to youth. Then that was a way to inform the youth also as to what's going on, even though they themselves don't complete the census form. that they're informed as to why it's important, ideally sparking up conversation at home, and also recruiting volunteers. We're not gonna lie, right? So we have youth that are in high school. We have some Gavilan students that have been helping us out too, and they've been instrumental in making sure that, again, it's not just a handful of Youth Alliance employees going out in the community. So again, having the community be part of what we're doing is vital to making sure that things, that the word gets spread. And we have a few events that we have at our Hardin, at Cerro Vista. We're going to be at their open house. So they actually, I was telling the team, it kind of feels like I'm like a booking agent. So we get calls, you know, it's like, can you come to our meeting? We're going to have this going on, open house. Can you make it? So that's been kind of nice getting those calls because they're interested. So we already presented to ELAT groups, to the DLAT group that meets at the district, and that has generated interest into what we're doing and why the census is important. So getting those calls has been great. And we're going to be at the churches as well. So those are coming up. We're going to be in Thespinos at the Immaculate Conception Church this month, and we're going to be at St. Benedict's in April. Even though it is after Census Day, April 1st, it's still, you're still able to get counted throughout the month of April, March, all the way pretty much till the end of July. And then again, Hollister Super, we've been out there just recently. Again, so I've conducted a few trainings. We've done some at the city, at the Veterans Building. I've gone to Gavilan twice already to train a handful of volunteers. We've done some at our office, at our monthly CCC meetings, Complete Count Committee meetings. So we've been trying to train as many people as possible as the importance of the census. So when we do have canvassing events, we have people going out that actually know why it's important. So if community members do have questions, they don't just say, we don't know, Rigo just told me to hand something out to you guys. So being informed is important. And these are some of those events I was mentioning. So we've done 2 already. So that map that Dulce was showing is cities, counties, they're split up into tracks, sections, you know, that we have been targeting. The biggest one, the hardest to count was was track 7.01. So again, that was west of Line Street and then south of 4th Street. So that little corner all the way down to Nash Road was in previous decennial censuses, those were the hardest to count ones. So we went over there first. We just went to track 4, which is pretty much everything east of Line Street all the way to around the theater. So all the homes from there and north of Nash we were out there, and we hit about 2,500 houses. We have 3 scheduled. One as recently, we're gonna have one on Saturday, and that's gonna be track 3, which is, oh man, I'm gonna skip a couple pictures. Sorry. But it's right here. So it's up by Calaveras and All Buena Vista. So there's 1,573 houses out there. So that's our goal, is to hit all those, as long as they don't have like no soliciting signs. So we totally respect those signs. We're not gonna go up and go to those homes. But it's a pretty big effort. So we had, start with the pictures. We had 22 volunteers in total. The second one, which is the one we did a couple weeks ago, we had almost 40. We had 37 people that joined us. So we actually had some partners from Salinas, from CCA, that came out to support. They sent like 8 team members, but it was nice. So it's comprised, as you see, I mean, there's us in there, but we also have, you know, some youth in high school. We had a couple kids that were from Mays Middle School, and some students from Gavilan. Again, it's the whole team effort has been nice. Again, we even have youth out there, right, doing their thing. And after they know why it's important, it's generated a lot of interest. And they don't know all the intricacies of, you know, how much money is going to Medi-Cal and all that stuff. But the fact that they have, even though they're young, they have power to inform their community has been nice to see that in the kids. All right, and then obviously we partnered with the school district, Hollister School District. So they've been extremely supportive. So Superintendent Ochoa, he and his crew, his team, gave us a list of each individual school and how many flyers in English and how many flyers in Spanish they would need to hand out in their Friday folders, and those have since been delivered. We've gotten a few calls from some schools that needed a couple more, so we've done that. So again, just to spread the information as much as possible. And we are planning on, we're in the middle of that second bullet is, we understand that, so we have a lot of folks from Oaxaca that reside here in San Benito County. And Spanish is not necessarily their main language. So Triqui being one of the dialects that's spoken is we want to be very intentional about reaching out to that community. So working with Superintendent Ochoa and the Aro Harden staff is we're trying to have an event towards the end of March, might literally be the last day of March on a Tuesday, where we have a translator that we have already identified that's going to help us have an event for them so they could fully understand the importance of what completing a census can result in for them and also for their kids, right? So the census is only done every 10 years. So if they have a brand new baby born on April 1st, he or she will be able to, benefit from the resource coming over the next 10 years to the community. And then we have some curriculum that we've developed. So we have after-school programs as well at 3 sites here in Hollister, Calaveras, Aro Harden, and Mays. YMCA also has after-school programs, so we're trying to partner with them as well. So once we're in the middle of editing that. So in the last week of March, we want to implement that curriculum in our after-school programs. And then we also have a pretty unique opportunity that schools don't all the time because schools are in session as parents are working. Our after-school programs end at 6, so when we've had events, we tend to have higher turnouts because parents are already out of work. So even having like a census event after we complete the curriculum is something we're working towards. But again, that's all in partnership with the school district. So they've been awesome, really, to support what we're doing. It's a little wordy here, but just kind of give you a perspective on how many. It's not just us, it's not just the school district. We have monthly meetings, again, those complete count committee meetings. We have First Five being represented there. Our librarians have been awesome too. We just delivered a bunch of swag to them on Friday. They're going to be having an event coming up in March. Community Homeless Solutions, United Way, Community Foundation. We have the Office of Education of both our county and Monterey County. So they've been awesome. We've had a rep from representing Assemblyman Robert Rivas the last 2 meetings. And she's been great also, any support she's able to provide, she has been, and others. It's a big effort, and it's something that, again, only happens every 10 years. And we're following the presentation of the coronavirus, right? So I also want to be super respectful of that. So I will be checking in with them as well to make sure, if it is a smart thing to continue to go out canvassing. I know the folks that have been helping us have not really been, folks that are elderly, 60, 70 years old, helping us canvass. It's usually been like students. I bought hand sanitizer, I bought Kleenex. That was before even this, we've gotten all the news lately about the coronavirus. Because now if I try to go buy something, it's kind of hard to find, right? But is that I want to be mindful of that as well. But the point is that we're trying to spread the word as much as possible. Again, because of the monies that are coming in, that can help the community a lot. On average, it's not an exact dollar amount, so there is no study that really has an exact amount of how much money each counted person brings in. The latest one I read was from the LA Times, and that was about $2,000 a person per year that does not come into a community if they're not counted. Doesn't sound like a lot, but over 10 years, that's 20,000. For a family of 5, that's 100,000. And in 2010, in California, it was estimated that 1.5 million people did not get counted, which translates to about $30 billion that didn't come to the state, which we could use. We could use here and in the state. So that's kind of putting into perspective why we're doing what we're doing and why we want to partner with the county, and because it's important work that needs to be done. And that's kind of like a sum of what we're doing. I don't know, Jose, you want to mention anything?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you again for the opportunity to go ahead and speak to the board as well as to the members of the audience. There's a couple of things that I want to go ahead and just highlight. When we talked about the marketing that is happening for census outreach, I'll throw out some numbers just to give you a perspective. The TV advertising that's happening, as Rigo mentioned, it's featuring all residents of San Benito County. So it's not produced and it's not including any canned content. It is all residents of San Benito County. Those ads are hitting on a daily basis anywhere between 1,000 and 5,000 individuals. The digital media, again, those are things on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter that are, again, getting hits anywhere between 500 and 1,000 per day. We have also the Benito link ad that gets clicked on also between 500 and 1,000 times per day. So you add that up over the course of the time, and again, looking at the investment that the county made in engaging us in being able to go ahead and support the census outreach, we've been able to go ahead and leverage a few other things that really have allowed for us to engage almost the full team of our staff to do this, because we recognize that it really is critical for all hands to be on deck to make sure that the count is as complete as possible. Again, an effort like this is not something that is isolated to a small nonprofit entity within the county, as has been shown through the list of all of the partners. It includes other nonprofit entities. It includes local government. It includes our school districts. It includes regional partners. It includes the state's Census 2020 Complete Count Committee, and obviously it includes the federal government. So it is a multi-tiered partnership that is occurring. And so having said all that, again, I just want to thank you for the opportunity to go ahead and allow us to come and provide an update. I do want to make sure that I ask you to be involved, the Board of Supervisors, actively in the ongoing outreach effort. So there's a couple of things, a couple of ways that you might be able to participate. As Diego mentioned, there are 3 more canvassing events that are already scheduled. There may be more, again, depending on what ends up happening on April 1st, how low the response rate is. But we have the next one, as he mentioned, is this coming Saturday, March 14th, 9 a.m. at the Gateway Apartment Complex. That's the gathering place. The following one is on March 28th, also a Saturday, also at 9 a.m., and that one would be at the El Rancho Park Apartments. And on Thursday, I am meeting with the mayor of San Juan Bautista, with the superintendent of the Aroma San Juan Unified School District, as well as the librarian from San Juan Bautista, so that we can, again, collectively identify the best date to go ahead and do canvassing in that part of the county, which also is, again, not as heavily undercounted, but also needs attention. So again, we're looking to partner with them as well. So those are 3 canvassing events. I also would like to ask you to perhaps consider writing an opinion piece or a letter to the editor, to local media, whether it is media that is here in San Benito County or the media, meaning TV and print, that is in the region that reaches our county. And third, we do have a T-shirt that we'd like to go ahead and share with each of you, and encourage you to wear that when you're not in official capacity, as you're going about your business around the county, because it has census within it, and our hope is that you too will also have the opportunity to trigger conversation, like many of our volunteers have indicated that when they've worn it out in a store, it triggers conversation. So with that, thank you very much. If you have questions, we'd be happy to go ahead and respond.
Okay.
And I have a few more slides. I'll wrap up. Thank you guys. That was great. And could we just, the work they are doing is amazing. So a big shout out, and thank you for everything you guys do.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Yeah, that's. So QACs and QAQs, what they are, they're question assistant kiosks and question assistant center. As part of our state contract, we had to identify locations where people who don't have access to internet are able to go and take the census at a computer. So we're lucky we have 10 organizations, partners on this list that are willing to set up locations where open to the public, where they can come. And that includes our San Benito County Library, Youth Alliance. We have Workforce Development,
San Juan Bautista City Library, San Benito High School, City of Hollister at the Rec Center, right across the way, YMCA, Salvation Army, Southside School, as well as the office, County Office of Education. So self-response actually starts this week. This Thursday, there's going to be the first set of mailers going out, and they're going to go out from the Thursday, the 12th, until the 20th. So this would be a code that people receive that they can go online and self-responsive fill out the census. So the census is available 3 ways: online, over the phone, and the traditional paper avenue. So by the end of this week, people will begin to be able to start doing the census. Following that, if people haven't responded by March 16th, they'll be sent out a reminder letter, again, telling them to fill out the census. There's going to be a third set of mailers going out March 26th until April 3rd, and this will be kind of a reminder postcard telling people to fill out the census. And if they haven't filled it out by April 3rd, the fourth mailer is a reminder letter plus an actual questionnaire, and that would go out between April 8th and the 16th. And then the last mailer that they'll send out will be from April 20th to the 2nd, saying it's not too late, fill out the census. Here it is. So the community could expect to receive these upcoming. And I just want to share some key events that are going on this week. We just talked about self-response this week. March 26th from 6th to 7th, we're coordinating a kickoff meeting at the library to highlight all the kiosks and centers available to the public. Also, the week of March 30th through April 5th, which is the first week of April, we want to set some kickoff events. We haven't secured them all, but we're working on it. And then April 1st is the official Census Day nationwide, where the count is based on where you are most of the time on April 1st. And then the last day to self-response is going to be July 31st. So if you do not self-response by the 31st, this is when the Census Bureau will start their operation of sending enumerators out to people's homes. And then lastly, once the census is completed, the numbers get sent from the Census Bureau, get sent to the state for redistricting. So then that is March 31st of 2021, where we will have a lot of work to do. And kind of what that means for GIS. So the state does the legislative redistricting for Congress and senator and assembly. And then at the county level, we have to do redistricts first for school districts, the Board of Supervisors, the cities, and so that's something we'd have to do. And that's it. Do we have any
questions?
Thank you, and yeah.
Supervisor Gilliard?
Just a couple brief comments. So census is critical regardless of your political affiliation. A lot of people think it's about stacking different districts and things like that. Think about the need for our community. Think about everything that we've talked about up here. Today it's come up multiple times. We don't have the resources we need to get things done. We need more revenue. We need all these things. And every single person is a significant amount of money. I ask everybody in the community to put your political affiliations aside and try to ensure a most accurate count as possible, because it's going to mean it means a lot of money over a 10-year period, and it's not just the things you think about social services. It's also about how much money we get from SB1, how much money we get from everything that's population based. This is what they use. So really encourage everybody to get out there and get the count. And I wanted a special thanks to the Youth Alliance for proactively getting involved and helping out. It's great to see young people out getting involved in government affairs. Thank you.
Supervisor Botello?
Yeah, I think you guys are doing an outstanding job so far, kind of looking at the staff report in our agenda, looks like you're pretty much under budget or meeting the budget for each phase, and then eventually we're going to catch that money as well, right?
Yeah, so the additional funding that's coming in, the county opted out so that Community Foundation could receive it quicker and funnel it to the right organization. So, but it is going to San Benito County.
Okay, that's good, because it's not a lot of money. In fact, it's an amazing amount of work for amount of money outreach that's necessary. One of the things I want to remind all of us, and particularly folks out doing this work, my understanding is that labor also counts, H2A, and a lot of that labor comes in May, June, and we probably have to come back with labor contractors and make sure we get their count and kind of jump the number up a little bit. Yeah, well, they have an impact on our community. They're a very important part of our economy, and so I know a couple of contractors that bring in folks in May, and hopefully we get that count as well.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions from the board? Anybody from the public? Yep. It's just informational. Thank you.
Oh, there's a contract on this.
There's a contract?
Yes. There's an amendment to the state contract. It's not changing the money aspect. It is an amendment, the first draft of amendments that we need to approve and send back to the state.
I'll make a motion to approve the contract with State Government Operations Agency, California Complete Count, Census 2020, and delegate the authority of the chair to execute the contract amendment number 1.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Against, motion carries. Okay. Now we'll go to 23, discussion regarding the roles and responsibilities of the Vets Memorial Park Commission and Parks and Rec Commission as well, related to enhancements, involvements, commissions, parks, blah, 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 blah.
I'll go ahead and open up, Mr. Chair, if I may. So this particular item was requested by your board. I believe it was Supervisor Gilio had asked at our last board meeting to bring this back to your board today to discuss the parks, in particular to discuss the commissioners and looking at the retention. I think was kind of the issue at hand. So what we wanted to do is present kind of an overview of where we're at with Vets Park, as well as the Parks and Rec, kind of look at the bylaws, look at the ordinances, the statutes that we have currently, outline that, and then provide a recommendation, which staff's been working with RMA to really kind of encourage or build some excitement for the commissioners that are attending these committees and making their time worth their while. So that's really kind of the essence of this presentation, but I'll go ahead and defer this to Dulce Alonso.
Thank you. So, hi board again. So I want to bring a little bit of history back to the table just as a refresher. Veterans Memorial Park was established by the people of this county on through general elections of November 7th of 1950. Land was donated to the county with some restrictions or some under certain measures. So this includes having the supervision of the park by a Memorials Park Commission. And this is composed of 5 members. There's 2 Board of Supervisors, which are appointed by the chair of the board. There's 3 veterans who are appointed or elected by a vote of the Veterans Council. They oversee the public park and playground, and they have general supervision and control of, per the ordinance, development, maintenance, management, and they also oversee an administration of all business affairs, including hiring, discharging of
keepers, gardeners, and other employees to properly manage the park. And this is all in chapter 3.05 of our San Benito County Code.
So Dulce, before you continue, because I know this question comes up every year. So the Vets Commission is the final authority?
They oversee Vets Park.
Are they the final authority?
I would, legal counsel, can you weigh in on, are they the,
I'm trying to find the ordinance here.
it's chapter 3.05.
I would say that, and let me find the exact section of the ordinance. They're not the contracting body, so a lot of the contracts actually have to be approved by the Board of Supervisors. But I'll find the provision. It says that they shall have general supervision and control of the development, maintenance, and management of Veterans Memorial Park. But the contracts are actually administered through the County of San Benito.
Thank you. Also in the ordinance is payments or fees used for the fields. The ordinance says there should be payments of fees for the fields should be adopted by the Board of Supervisors. And then the following, we have agreements with certain organizations, and we have they maintain the fields at no fee, and those organization includes Hollister Babe Ruth, Hollister Little League, the Hollister Tremors, Hollister Heat, and of course the city of Hollister.
Mr. Chair, if I may add one comment to that too, wanted to add to your question earlier, is that the board has the authorization for the budget. And so the board actually authorizes the allocation of funding. So there is kind of a quasi, the vets has one portion, but the board has the financial portion, very similar to our law enforcement, things like that.
Yeah. Thank you, Ray. So attached is a map of Veterans Memorial Park and what organizations are we have agreements with for certain fields. So Hollister Tremors is a portion you see all the way to the left, followed by the pink portion is managed by the city of Hollister. The orange is Hollister Heat. The three fields in the middle are overseen by Hollister Little League. And then Babe Ruth is the big field at the end. Okay, so now we're going to transition to the Parks and Recs Commission and a little bit about when they were established. So they were established in 2010 by the Board of Supervisors. It includes 7 members, 1 representative from each district. There's also a member from the Historical Society and 1 Veterans Commissioner. They serve as an advisory to the Board of Supervisors. So the purpose is for them to make any recommendations concerning current and future parks, with the exception of the Veterans Memorial Park. And they convene quarterly, and they're able to set special meetings and meet more frequently if they need to. Here's just a list of all our parks. We have 2 active parks, which includes Veterans Memorial Park and San Benito County Historical Park. There's an asterisk of a potential park behind the high school. And then we have 3 smaller neighborhood parks in 3 CSAs, and they're maintained by the CSAs themselves. So it includes Quail Hollow, Oak Creeks, and Riverview. So we're going to transition to the staffing of the staffing that oversees parks in general. So, and some of this information came directly from RMA, but there's 2 maintenance workers from Public Works that are involved in the upkeep and maintenance of the parks. But there's one we charge out full-time to both, out of both accounts. We have 2 permit clerks working at a planning and building, and they're in charge of many things, but part of their part-time responsibility is to make reservations for their park. So there's 2 staff that do that. In addition, we have a capital project manager who is currently working on a veterans master plan, and that's part of his task that he does, among many other. Out of the CAO's office, our office assists on special projects, budgeting, the clerk of the board clerks the minutes, and so that's the CAO's office role. County council works on a lot of the contract and attends some of the meetings as well. So the ask or request, if we want to engage the commission more, we need more of a dedicated staff that's able to attend meetings, maintain and develop goals and priorities, focus on grant writing, and the development of possible recreation focus. Do you want to add anything? No. Okay. And I just want to highlight some challenges and opportunities. So a lot of our parks have a lot of deferred maintenance to them. There's absolutely limited funding for the maintenance and capital improvements of project. The conditions are deteriorating from over the years' use. There's also competing interests for areas, and that's a challenge. And as an opportunity, there is an increased need for sports field and activities. And the two board members who are on the Vets Commission, I can say very deeply understand the need for more fields. Also, working on a master plan is an opportunity to kind of plan out what direction they want to go and kind of how to get there. However, it most likely requires funding to implement. There's also opportunities with interagency cooperation, providing trainings for our commissioners, and really setting an overall mission, vision, and goals. So currently there's a lack of managerial and direct supervision oversight, like implementing very goals and vision and mission. So I'm quickly going to move on to financials. Thank you, Stuart, for providing numbers, but this has the last 3 years of revenue from Veterans Parks. So you see Veterans Parks receives revenue from park fees, renting out the Bertha Bridge building, and you see the total revenue for the last 3 years is it was higher in 17-18, but it's approximately, I don't know, average like 50,000 ballparking. And then if you see expenditures, the salary is half time of an employee, and then services and supply needed to maintain the parks. So you see total expenditures there, and then the net cost to the county is in gray on the bottom. So, and this comes out of the general fund.
Mr. Chair, if I may as well, just for clarity. So there are many capital projects that we've outlined for these parks or for this park, and a lot of those have come out of the general fund, and that's what I was referring to, that the board actually approves on those items, as well as a lot of staff time that we actually put into administrating these functions, which really comes out of the general fund as well. So those are the things that your board is approving. There are some fees that staff is looking at that we need to look a little bit more closely at, and how that is authorized. I think at this point we're looking at it being authorized by the Vets Commission, but at this point that's where I just wanted to make sure that the board was clear on that clarity.
And then to move forward on the Parks Division, so the historical park revenues, they have park fees as far as how they receive revenue and parking fees. So if you see, it's not much. Average is over the last 3 years is no more than 10,000. And then expenditures includes the halftime for salary, other services and supplies, and so you'll see the total expenditures and the net county cost to run the historical park. In addition, additional sense of revenue at Veterans Memorial Park, we do have a oh my God, I just lost it.
5G, the lease contract.
We have a cell tower, and we have thank you, Peter. And we have an agreement with Verizon Wireless. In the last 3 years, this is how much we've received from that. And this year, we're expected to receive a little bit over 28. It's just a 3% escalation. And Ray mentioned this earlier as far as some capital project expenditures we've had. So in 16-17, there was a total of 28,000. 17-18, that increased to 285,000. I'm not, and I think those are, yes, that's it. So before I move on to the next slide, I do have somebody here from the Parks and Rec Commission. Do you guys have any questions on any of the previous slides? Which I'm gonna, no. So at the last Parks and Rec Commission meeting that took place on February, it was in February, there was a request to come to the board and ask for a special meeting. So I invite Marie, she's a District 1 commissioner, to request a special meeting.
Hello, good morning. My name is Marie Peterson, and I'm the District 1 Parks and Rec Commissioner, and I come here today to ask you for a special Saturday meeting so that we could further talk about the Parks and Rec's agendas and just to further us along in some of the agenda items that we've been talking about. So we're proposing 2 dates, but if those don't work, we could also bring forward some other dates. So we have Saturday, March 28th at 2 p.m. or Saturday, April 4th at 2 p.m. Would any of those dates work? Or we could also, come up with a different date. But those were 2 dates that they had come up with because we had discussed those dates that most of us all of us would be able to attend.
Okay. Supervisor Hernandez?
I'm open to meeting either of those dates.
I'm available April 4th.
The 4th is better for me. I could do both days, but the 4th works better. I have a couple events that evening on the 28th.
4th would be my pick.
Yep.
Anthony?
I'm fine with the 4th as well, but what really is the objective of this meeting?
I was gonna ask the same thing.
Well, there's quite a bit of miscommunication about our roles and finances and the general plan, and there was just a lot of questions, and so we just wanted some answers regarding those questions.
I'm very supportive of that discussion, and I think we have to have a more clarity even amongst us board members as far as what the function is and what kind of direction that we're going in the future, and future board members will too. So I'm very supportive. I'm all set for the 4th.
4th, okay.
Perfect.
There'll be the 4th, and then there'll be a brownout public notice.
At this location, 481?
Right
Okay.
here. We'll have it here at 2 o'clock.
Yep. Okay, we could have it at the, one of the parks too, if you wanted to, Mr. Chair, just thinking outside
No,
the box.
we'll have it here.
Okay.
Because they want to ask more about, procedures, administration, funding. And,
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah. And then if there's a will to a site visit, we'll do it after the
that's
board
fine.
meeting.
That's fine.
So it'll be April 4th, 2 o'clock right here.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So that's it for that one.
Dulce, that concludes your report?
Yes, that
Okay.
concludes.
Let me ask for public comment. Do you have any speaker cards?
Yes, I do. Valerie Aglin?
Yes, Supervisors, thank you very much for considering this very seriously. The Parks and Rec Commission is one of your helping hands, and it's something that I think has been underutilized, and by strengthening it and really coming to a good understanding of how you want to work together, this will be a big plus. So since it's a public meeting, REACH will come and represent itself. The other thing is that the San Benito County Parks also includes the one recreation trail. It's the first county public recreation trail ever created, and that's when the old stage road was repurposed. And then following the repurposing, the second year, it was renamed, or named, actually, Anza Trail. So I believe that that trail, our recreation trail, also falls under the County Parks and Rec Commission. At one point, yes.
Is it Anza or Deanza?
The name of the trail is Anza Trail.
Okay.
That's the county name. When it comes to the National Park Service, the backside of the trail has been documented as being part of the Juan Bautista de Anza
Okay.
Expeditionary Trail.
Thanks. I walk it a lot, so now I know
Yes.
the history.
Yes, I mean, there's a long history with the county and the Old Stage Road, which was put in by the Flint Bixby Stage Company, and it was not there when the Anza expedition came through. The expedition went through the back canyon on the Monterey side of the San Benito Trail, if that makes any sense. And it went into the San Juan Canyon, where it had an encampment. So that's one thing that I think needs to be stated and confirmed, is that the Parks and Rec Commission has authority over that trail as well. When Richard Place, then supervisor, created that rec trail, his trepidation when Supervisor Kessler brought up the naming of it, and when the Slesniks proposed that the possibility of the Anza Trail being certified by the National Park Service, that then it was named Anza Trail. So we have a long history there, and it needs to be confirmed. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Former Supervisor Reb Monaco, I want to speak to this issue because I was intimately involved with convincing the board at the time I sat on this board to create this commission. There's a couple of things I want to share about it. It, through the years, has kind of what I've called fizzled, for want of a better description. We have paid staff that devotes some time, and I appreciate the fact that they devote some time to it, but it really lacks leadership. And that's been the basic problem. There were several reasons to create this commission. One being that we need some kind of coordination to serve all the citizens of San Benito County for their recreational needs. I realize that part of those are the kids that play sports, but we frequently lose sight of other people, like seniors that may walk on trails that was just discussed. People who maybe require some handicap access. I know that most of our parks have some access for handicapped people. Also for family gatherings, we have parks that do that. We have accomplished a lot, but I think that there needs to be better coordination and some kind of leadership role taken by the county on this commission before it can function adequately. Again, if we look to our neighbors
To the north, they've created a model Parks and Recreation Commission in Santa Clara County that we could probably avail information from. I will tell you one thing. They have a unique situation in their funding model. Many years ago, their county supervisors had the wisdom to attach, I think, a 0.2 or 0.5, some fee from every dollar taken from property assessment went to Parks and Recreation. It cannot be touched by anybody in the county. They've tried many times and failed. I don't expect that we would do that. I don't think it would succeed from our county. But I think that we need to fund this adequately, and it seems that we're capable of doing that. And then we need to focus on really forming the leadership it takes to see this extremely successful endeavor to have a model Parks and Recreation Commission in our county that provides many kinds of services. We also probably need to link with two other major parks that we have that we frequently ignore. Pinnacles National Park gets several 100,000 people a year visiting it. Hollister Hills Off-Road Vehicle Park gets several 100,000 people a year that access that park. We need to coordinate our services with those two park systems. I think this is all something that we are capable of doing here in this county. One of the downfalls of this particular park commission that we created is a large commission. It consists of representatives from each of you on the board. It consisted of a representative when it was first established from the high school. It consisted of a representative from the Historical Society that is very involved with our historical park. It also consisted of a representative from the Betts Park Commission, which is also, I think that maybe in future it needs to look at the makeup of that commission being more streamlined than it is to be more successful. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Don Kelly, and I'm former Parks and Recreation Commissioner for District 1, San Benito County. And in listening to kind of the requests that's being put out there, I just want to give you historically some input on where the Parks Commission was when I was on the commission for the county. And the thing that made the commission successful, besides the dedication of the personnel that were appointed to the commissioner positions, was the dedication of staff and the assistance of staff. And we had a part of an analyst that was assigned to us. That continuity to where we could come up with the ideas and staff, we had that staff member to run through the logistics and kind of fine tune it and bring it back for us to build a finished product to bring before the Board of Supervisors for approval was key in the efficiency and the outline of how we move projects forward. I heard Rev talk about partnerships, and one of the things that made the commission so successful and all of the projects that we were able to do were our cooperative efforts with National Park Service, the state. We always kind of thought of Parks and Recreation as being like this huge wagon wheel, with parks being the hub and anything else that you could attach to it, whether it was Health and Human Services, juvenile justice, just anything that you could attach to the public, education, job opportunities. If you let yourself look at Parks and Recreation outside of the stereotype of teeter-totters and sandboxes, and really look at what you can attach to, the benefits to the overall community are never ending. And when we went out to look at these projects, and specifically the element of the regional park and the River Trail Parkway, Those were all elements that were brought back from communication with the public, their ideas brought back and fine-tuned into what the public wants. The failure, I guess, throughout the years that I saw as being in the chair position for many years was that a lot of times Parks and Recreation gets discounted as just playtime. They don't look at the actual positive influx of amenities that you can bring into the public. So when you look at it from an all-encompassing element, you'll find that it's a great investment. You'll find that you create a healthier and more full community, and the opportunities throughout the community just grow. Partnerships are definitely key, but I think your meeting with the commissioners and looking at dedicated staff would be a great investment in the dollars that you'd put out. You'd see a return.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Tony. Anyone else? Okay, I'm gonna close it. Okay, so it's Supervisor Botello.
Okay, yeah, I think we had some very good comments from pretty experienced people, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Monaco, and leadership is, has been a problem for a long time, or a dedicated staff that has continuity, and we haven't been able to provide that. And there's a reason why we haven't been able to provide it, is we are just flat out underfunded, and that's why, Measure K was so really important. It's just one step, is increasing revenue in this county. And, unfortunately, we weren't successful there, but hopefully we'll be able to get some commercial development going to increase revenue along the 101 corridor anyway. But we absolutely need to have a bigger investment when we do have some more resources. And it's been somewhat frustrating for me being a long-time supervisor. I'm sure Supervisor De La Cruz feels the same way, that we don't have and not further along with our parks. We have some great assets with the historical park, the trail, of course, but, just using the historical park, looking at the budget and the numbers, I don't think the revenue pays for the cleaning of the restrooms. I don't think it does. And, we have to look at our fee structure and look towards, at least improving that. And as these parks deteriorate, and I use, the historical park for family get-togethers a couple times a year at least, and I see the barbecue pits, and they could use some maintenance. We spent a lot of money not too many years ago on some real good pits, and you get less use. And then it's hard to bring in the partnerships that I think some supervisors here are working on, and our commission as well, to get people enthused about working and making our parks better. And hopefully that Saturday on the 4th, we could kind of put together our roles and our responsibilities as far as, and commit to improving, our efforts and dedication to the parks. And I'm looking forward to that meeting, and that's not to be solved in one Saturday either. We'll have to talk about this, and the budget is coming up, and we got to reevaluate how things are being spent. So I look forward to that challenge.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Supervisor Gilliam?
Brief comments, thank you. Yeah, I think this is a great way to get rolling here, Ray. If we can do a lot of research ahead of time and really be ready for the Saturday meeting. And then we're also rolling into budget season, so if the board has the will and the ability, and we can find the funds, maybe we can finally get that dedicated staff person again. And you saw people scattered around different departments. Maybe we can have those people reined into one department, maybe that makes sense, but we should have that conversation with the folks at the Parks and Rec Commission. My desire is to give the Parks and Rec Commission the resources they need to make the decision, because they're the folks that we appointed, and not have us making all the decisions up here, so to speak. Just similar to planning, similar to other commissions that we have that are highly functional. And I really appreciated the history from Mr. Kelly. Thank you for that, and hearing kind of the whole picture helped. And the other comment that Supervisor Monaco made was we do have obviously an amazing national park and a monument, and then also a state park, right? Both of them happen to be in District 4. Not that I'm bragging or anything, but it's pretty cool to have them all out there. And then the historic park's a huge asset, great piece of property in a great location, located right by Bellotto Park. So I think there is so much more that we can do. And the comment that parks are not just about seesaws and swings is super important. I had a conversation with a community member this morning about the value that parks bring to economic development and other sources, and it really is a critical component that, if we're serious about all the different features of economic development, this is one of the aspects that you really need to have, and people expect it nowadays in their communities. Thank you.
And on the agenda, Ray, for the 4th, because it is going to be open to the public and it will be subject to Brown Act, put direction to provide on the piece of land behind the high school.
And we can probably invite everybody, right? We get all the different commissions and private entities and reach and everybody involved. Maybe we can get them all, get everybody there.
Mr. Chair. So yeah, I appreciate Supervisor Gill bringing this to a full-length conversation about the how to address, and I think it was said best earlier when it was mentioned that we don't really have a vision for how things are being implemented, and it's, and I kind of struggle trying to understand Vets Commission, Parks and Rec, if there's any redundancy, if there's a need for streamlining things to make it a lot more practical. I mean, overall, it's really hard, as I've learned, not only on the supervisor side, but now as a Vets Commission member, is consistency. We really can't have any consistency without a plan, and that plan has to have, obviously, funding tied to it. But, granted, for all things considered, we are limited in resources and funding, so we have to make sure that if there is a plan that it includes funding, that plan also includes somehow revenue generation as an opportunity, right? So that it's not, ultimately, the benefit of the parks are amazing, but if we can't do a fiscal analysis to tie those dollars to somehow the opportunity to generate more dollars or at least validate the existence of funding, then I don't it's going to be hard, right? Because I would hate for us to start something and ultimately for it to fail 3 years down the road because all of a sudden we have a turn in the economy, so we have to have a real measurement that's going to be healthy, and then ultimately it's going to create an opportunity for this thing to last. Because I do want to see a budget, but I'd like to see a budget that's not going to fail. So that's why we really need to have a thorough conversation about what this means. And I appreciate that this is coming forward at April 4th. Thank you.
So you want to see Vets Commission also being discussed in the same meeting?
All things considered, the Vets Commission, I mean, we're talking about a Parks Master Plan. I mean, that's the same thing that we're talking with all the leagues there too.
Yeah, Vets Memorial Park will be included.
I don't think you can do 2 meetings at one time.
have to do a joint meeting.
Yeah. Well, even if,
Joint meeting.
But it has to be vets people too.
Yeah, Vets people. So we're gonna have the members of the Vets Commission, Hollister Parks, and the Board of and San Benito County Parks and the Board of Supervisors. Those 3 groups.
Okay.
Yeah, might as well have
big
it all.
meeting.
We'll publicize it.
Have it all at one time, absolutely.
Mr. Chair, if I may as well add a couple comments.
Yes.
So I concur sincerely with our past supervisor, Rep. Monaco, and also Don. That's one of the things that we've been struggling with internally is staff, the leadership. There is so much that is required, training, etiquette. All of these things are really important, not including just being clear with the budget process and what we need and disseminating that information. So there's a lot of things that need to be addressed. The RMA director, myself, and staff have met about this and putting this back in the RMA's office with some leadership that can actually spearhead this and address the clerking and the coordination of meetings. I think is really important. So with that too, I think there was another comment that talked about looking at the structure. The actual establishment of the commission outlines in Section Code 3.05145 9 members, but in a later section it discussed 7 members in Section 3.05148. So there's things that we need to work on and clarify and probably bring back to your board with some clarifying items. But again, I think originally that was because of the high school bringing the students in. It added a couple of more commissioners with that. But again, that's been an issue with attendance and making sure that we have a quorum, which I know their clerk's been having a heck of a time to get a quorum. So I think we need to address that, address the statutes that are in place, but also too, I think this is really important for us to have somebody kind of spearheading this. So there's a lot of parks that we have. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. All right. Okay, set April 4th at 2 o'clock at these chambers. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may, just really quick, with what Ray said, I would like to see also, I mean, the more we think about even a strong budget or a healthy budget, we also have to think about a healthy structure organizationally. So if we have issues with quorum, we have to address the weaknesses in these quorums and why they're happening. And so all things considered, it really is an organizational overhaul that has to be considered.
Okay, we'll go to 24. Approve agreement with San Benito County High School District related to share use parking lot.
So, up on the screen is our contract, but specifically Exhibit B for your guys' reference. But going back to November of 2016, we entered into an interagency agreement that included the high school, the city, and the county. And that agreement was to build Nash Road, which is currently built, also close Nash Road and transfer of the lands behind the high school was what our original agreement was for. Since then, on September of 2019, the board authorized our CAO to negotiate a shared use agreement to execute a parking lot. At that same time, the county had applied for a grant from Proposition 68. In February of this year, we learned we were not awarded the grant, but our ask in the grant was $300,000 to build the parking lot, and then it also included a crosswalk and other elements to build and construct the trail on the other side, which would be here. Our team and the ad hoc has been in negotiations with the high school going back on terms and conditions in the agreement. So I'm going to just go through certain terms and conditions within the contract. So the lease term would be effective when certain conditions are met, and those conditions include the county installing a pedestrian crosswalk. The crosswalk would be here, and it would connect the parking lot to the other side of the where the proposed park would be. And that's under a 2.1. 2.1.1. Another So talking with the RMA director, the city of Hollister, it costs the city approximately $55,000 to build the crosswalks directly in front of our building. So we estimate just to build the crosswalk, depending on what elements are included, it would be in the ball range of 30 to approximately 60,000 to build a crosswalk there. So then moving forward, it also, a term that must be met is the closure of Nash Road and the transfer of land. So that means the high school would transfer the land to the county, and the county would also have to transfer Nash Road. And that's on another term. So would you guys rather have me go through the contract or leave this picture up?
Mr. Chairman, I gotta come back. How much was it to build a crosswalk?
It's estimated, we don't have we haven't got an exact price, but to build the one across our street, the city paid $55,000.
55,000? Why
Yes.
don't we just use a can of yellow paint? All line across.
I
We'll
think there's
save
that
some-
ADA compliance and lighting element.
Make it wider, we'll make it wider.
But, okay, here's my question, in all seriousness. Until we develop the regional park, which I don't see that happening anytime in the near future, does it make sense to put a crosswalk there? Until we develop the park, and then, or at least defer it, and hopefully we could get some park fees or a grant or something that would help us pay for a $55,000 crosswalk that you don't need right now?
I definitely see your point, and then with talking to the high school, it's a huge risk and liability for them to open up.
How is it a liability to them?
If somebody's crossing and gets hit by a car coming around the turn,
They shouldn't be crossing there.
so currently.
I don't know. I
Can-
have a problem with that one.
It doesn't
Yeah,
have to be at that cost to start with. I mean, the crosswalk, a basic crosswalk could be installed with the lights and some signage, not the lights, the
signage.
ladder
Lines.
yellow lines and some signs, and then, as eventually you could do the lights at a later point in time. So, it doesn't necessarily have to be at that cost, and we don't know what the cost even would be for sure with lights at this point in time
Yeah.
either.
If I may, Mr. Chair, the original sentiment was for sure let's wait for this park to get built, right? Because then all of a sudden.
Right.
But the concern is, and I got heartburn about it myself, but ultimately you want to protect the public, right? And so it's assuming that once you have a parking lot built, you're going to have people parking across the street from the high school, or people parking, people crossing the street from the high school, and then people that are parking in the parking lot from the county side, and all of a sudden that puts both jurisdictions at liability, which obviously it's our goal and intent to protect the public interest, so we want to make sure that we do what's safe. So obviously, until it gets built, the parking lot, then that access gets built out. But outside of that, it's too much of a risk to wait 3 years later to not do anything, and all of a sudden someone gets hit.
But we're not gonna build, we the county are not gonna build anything right now.
We're not building anything right now.
No, but
why would they cross the street?
But if the parking lot gets built, that's the issue. Once the parking lot gets built, which it sounds like they're on a short timeline, they want to get this done yesterday.
Well, if the high school wants to build the parking lot, they can build it. We hold no harmless if they build the parking lot.
Yeah, so can I make a comment, Mr. Chair? So I see both sides of this, and I believe that, the regional park is now open. You can park wherever you can find parking illegally or on the side of the road, or you see people crossing in really dangerous areas because they can go walking in the park now. A lot of people actually use the asphalt sidewalk that you guys put in before I got here. Did a great job with that to walk, and they try to park and find spots. So as soon as that parking lot opens, I agree with Supervisor Hernandez, a lot of our constituents are going to be parking there to access you may not think it's a park now because it's not developed and there's no sports fields or, what would have it out there, but people really enjoy going out there and walking with their dogs, and it is open to a certain extent. And I believe, frankly, I mean, $55,000 sounds like a ridiculous amount of money, but the one time that there's an accident out there and we end up paying $1 million, you're gonna have to say, man, it would have been really great to have a $55,000 crosswalk, looking back on the liability of it. Or we just don't do it at all, but I think the crosswalk's a good idea, and it doesn't have to be the full lighted version, or maybe it should be. You know, there's where they install the lights actually in the roadway. There's one where you actually push a button and the signs just flash, which is much less expensive, and there's paint. So there are a lot of different options, but I personally, just to get hung up on the crosswalk, I think we either decide to do this agreement and we make sure we're protected, or maybe we just don't decide to do the agreement. I do have a lot of questions about the triggering of the agreement and when the county can use the parking lot. When you look into like section 4.1, I know you're probably gonna get there, Dulce, but maybe I'll just jump ahead. And then for funding, one thing I want to leave out on the table, maybe we can answer later, is impact fees, because this is this is for growth and new people that we have coming into our community. So it seems like some of the $3 million plus we have in our park impact fees could go to pay for this, for the future of that area and that park. The concerns that I have here today are more globally with the agreement. And if you read it, I'm going to read 4.1 because I really need to get some clarity on this. From the effective date until the lease commencement date, the district shall have exclusive use of the entire 100% of the River Parkway parking lot at any time and for all reasons. Okay, so if we kind of chunk that down and we look at what does lease commencement date mean, then you go back up to the section that Dulce was just going over, and it says that we have to complete a bunch of different steps prior to the lease actually starting, the 99-year lease starting. My concern is that we need to make sure that we're clear as a county that if we are gonna spend $196,000 on a parking lot that's gonna be shared between the high school and the city, that we have a goal to get those bullet points done, which are, you know, River Parkway parking lot has been completed, that one's obvious. We gotta complete the Nash Road closure, that one's pretty obvious. The one that I think leaves for some interpretation is the regional park is open for use by the public as determined in the sole discretion of the county. I believe that that's already completed because people can go out there and walk, but does that mean that there's a sports park? What does that mean?
No, so currently we don't have a lease for that land with the high school. People are accessing it because there are pre-trails that are out there.
To get down to our land, yeah.
But it's not our land yet.
Okay.
So it's still the high school. They own it. We haven't executed a lease with them. However, our first contract stated we would either, one, execute a lease, or two, they would give it to us, which we've been in the process of negotiating. Initially, it was a lease, and we determined it'd be cleaner if they gave us the land.
Okay. My point is, I don't want to have any loopholes for the high school because it sounds like this is heavily in favor of the district, and I really want to have a cooperative agreement that we're all working together. And it seems like there's a couple, maybe 3 or 4 bullet points in here that they could say, well, actually, we're going to keep using the parking lot exclusively because these bullet points haven't been met. And as long as you guys have a plan for that, I can support this today. But if you don't have a plan for us by, say, November of this year, having all of these things completed, I can't support an open-end agreement that's just going to allow them 100% exclusive use of the parking lot until we get some obscure item done. So those are my comments for today.
Supervisor, hold on, Barbara. Supervisor Gilliard, you mentioned that Nash Road, that's a done deal. I haven't heard from 3 city council members as that. That they're going to give up Nash Road.
I didn't mean it's a done deal. I mean it's clear to me what needs to happen there. It's
absolutely.
Kinda clear.
But that's the struggle.
Yeah.
And Dulce can vouch to it, is that I've actually walked away from it because the high school has said, yeah, we're going to give you everything as soon as Nash Road is closed. Well, San Benito County's portion is closed. City Hallsters, they haven't given that up.
We can't control that.
And we can't control that.
Mr. Chair, if I may, and to maybe clear up a little bit of confusion, the parking lot is going to be built according to the high school's timeline, which means they're actually paying for this thing. There's no payment from the county until we get the lease, which basically means if it's 100% theirs, it's yours because we haven't got our side done. So there's the whole purpose is a protection clause. It's actually to kind of create a barrier separation that says, look, you guys really want this built yesterday? Fine, you build it. We'll, according to the agreement, allocate funding once we get our portion built, which is the sports, you know, whatever we do with that property, if they give us the lease, right, so it requires the lease to actually happen, and then at that point, we start working on building that park out, however we want to build that park out, then at that point, we're willing to basically reimburse them, and then we take over 50% of that, of parking lot. So there's, right now, and then one of the questions that I brought up during the conversations was, you know, the requirement that the district has is basically they want us to maintain it, right, 50-50. And I said, why are we gonna maintain something that we're not gonna get used for today? Why don't we wait to maintain it until we actually start fully using it, which is when we build out that regional park. So all these things are actual protections. No money's coming from the county until we get basically until the county's interests are met.
Great.
And for clarity, what Peter's talking about, section 2, the lease is effective when both the Board of Supervisors and the district trustees approve. That's effective date, but it doesn't commence, is what he's referring to in section 2.2, until those certain conditions are met. And if you guys want to do comments, I can go over what those terms are, or
Just real quick to confirm what Supervisor Hernandez says, so we don't make any payment until we actually fulfill all the requirements, and then we make the payment, fulfill the requirement, then the lease starts.
correct, and that's under section,
Can't lose
the
that.
payment section is county obligation under 3.3.
Point 1, where it indicates that the obligation to pay that $196,500 becomes in effect 30 days after the lease commencement date on the lease.
So which means after all the conditions are met, then we pay for the parking lot.
That includes the design and development.
But it includes an amount of not to exceed 196,500.
Got it, but we don't pay anything, including design, development,
Right.
pre-stuff, nothing
Right.
at all until
Right.
the.
Right.
Got it. That's correct. Thank you.
Yeah, and also the 100%, they pay 100% until the lease commencement date of the maintenance.
Yeah.
So where does that falls on the city halls for giving out their portion of Nash Road?
This is specific to the parking lot. I don't know what the status is on the city.
Right,
So-
we're working on the
Okay, so you're saying that this contract right now, what's in place is, the high school's gonna do the $196,000 parking lot. We're not gonna pay any maintenance fees until we start building?
Until there's certain terms. So until we get the land behind the high school, until Nash Road is closed, until the county builds the crosswalk. Am I missing any
You mean the
other-
land that the high school owns right now?
Yes, so this doesn't actually become in effect until those conditions happen. We are working on towards, negotiating the transfer agreement for that property. And then it would have to go to the city council to see whether they, and the board to make sure that the road will be vacated. And if it won't be vacated, then the county will look at a 99-year lease for that land instead of fee title. That's would be our second chance, or second choice. And, this agreement depends on the closure of Nash Road, so,
So if the city says, no, we're not gonna close Nash Road to the high school,
then this would not,
Nothing happens.
nothing happens.
We don't owe any money.
right, and so,
They have.
yeah, so our goal is to move that forward within the next, period of time quickly and find out, what the city's position is on that.
And then once they build the parking lot, we pay that portion, and we start maintaining, and then we build something out there. What is the usage percentage? Is it in this contract?
Yeah, it is. It's
50.
It's
50-50?
approximately as close to 50%.
Okay.
And then, so I'll just kind of briefly
Oh,
touch.
before we move on, I have another question. Have you guys looked into having our own parking lot on the other side of the street, and the school could build their parking lot and spend the money, and
Yep.
and we could have our parking lot on our side, and nobody's crossing the street then?
Yeah, there was conversations about that, Supervisor, but yeah, basically that area is owned by someone else, and it hasn't happened yet to actually, to move. Long and short, there was an issue with trying to engage those folks right now, but there's a piece of property that's accessible for us, but right now it's not possible. So outside of that, we're pretty much, we don't have a space besides the lease property. Otherwise, we'd be spending a whole lot more building out the 22 acres that we do have. So it would be a lot harder at that point for us to build a parking lot across the street. Because the only real lot that's available is a corner of, what is that, San Benito and the River Park Trail, which isn't owned by the county.
Mr. Chair, if I may add some kind of oversight over this. As you recall, we started negotiating or discussing this with the high school some time back. And one of the reasons why was, I think at the last graduation, the parking there was atrocious. People were in jeopardy, cars are going all over the place. And we were considering building the park, but also too, to have some overflow parking outside of what you were just saying, Supervisor Botello, because the plan is still to put parking there, but also utilize some overflow parking across the street. So we're kind of looking in advance. And at that time, we went ahead and wrote a grant to obtain some funding from the state. Unfortunately, we just got word a week or two ago that we did not receive the funding, but we were hoping to use that funding to pay for this parking lot. I know we had this discussion some time back, but that's kind of the big picture of this. We're now right here, very close to, finalizing this agreement, and we still think it's, I think at this point in time, we did receive, I think, $400,000 back for the added walkways and a few things that the city, or actually, excuse me, the high school requested for the River Parkway road and access for the students. So we were going to utilize part of that money for this, as well as the other part of it for enhancing the intersection on River Parkway Road and San Benito Street, along with the Measure G funding that we're going to be bringing in to actually redo the entire roadway all the way from Nash Road to Union Road. So there's kind of a lot going on here, but this is kind of just one element of it. And, this is just kind of the last stages of those negotiations. And we wanted to bring this back to you. Your board actually did authorize us to move this forward, but we wanted to bring it back because of that. I think because of your concerns that you're sharing right now. We also have an event at 12:30. So I think I think from a presentation point of view, I think what we're going to call this, but I think that, if you have any more questions or concerns, we obviously can to address those as well, if you do. That's what I just wanted to share those comments. I think it was important.
And that's what I understand is we got a lot more investment to do besides a crosswalk. We should be fixing the intersection of San Benito and this River Parkway Road. But that's.
I didn't think about this, but Supervisor Vitale does bring up a good point, is that if we start building parking lots on behalf of the high school, we might be incurring liabilities down the road.
Well, the ad hoc is that, Mr. Chair. We definitely are protecting the county's interests for sure, the whole step of the way.
Should we do a recess maybe?
Any public comment or?
Are you done with your presentation?
No, there's,
No.
let me quickly try to.
Well, hold on a minute. We got to believe in about 2 minutes, so let's take a hold on this.
Do we want to table this to, I hate to say it because I'm not a person that likes to kick the can down the road, but just by listening to everybody and seeing all the body language, would it be wise to table this until the next meeting, until we can do some more research and possibly talk with other people?
Let me pull the board. Anthony?
Oh, yeah.
Jim?
I'm comfortable dealing with it today or whatever you choose.
I'd want to kick it down.
No,
Peter? I want to do some more research.
I mean, that's what the ad hoc was created for. We did did a lot of homework. We spent hours and hours on this thing.
Okay.
So I'm ready to do it today.
Okay, we're going to delay this to the next meeting.
Should I convey what
Yeah,
was
well,
told to me?
go ahead.
Okay. That's fine if you want to convey it. The school district did indicate that they were going to consider it at their meeting tonight. And you know, that they were putting kind of, they wanted the board's answer to yeah, but I
The
mean,
board's not in a position to give a motion, give a position right now.
yeah, and they,
I'm trying to understand how we don't have, I mean, we thoroughly just vetted this right now. Like, I mean, we beat the heck out of it. How do we not have the information necessary to move this forward? Either yes or no.
Okay, I can pull the board, yes or no, you ain't gonna like the results.
Yeah. Yeah, so then that, I guess my question to that is, why do we create ad hocs? What's the point of an ad hoc that's supposed to put time and time and time into something to say, oh, that's not good enough, the amount of time you put in, we need more time?
Not everything that comes out of ad hoc has to be.
I mean, we beat it to death. We had.
Supervisor Medina?
No, I agree with what you're saying, Supervisor Hernandez. An ad hoc is meant to come together, look at things, but, you know, I received this on Thursday. My bad, I should have done some more research, looked at it a little bit longer, but I did not, and I'm looking at this now saying there are a lot of things that need to be answered. I mean, just by looking at talking to some of the people listening and looking at some of the body language, I just don't feel that we need to rush to a hasty conclusion when I personally, me and me only, would like to look at this and do a little bit more research. That's where I stand.
I support Supervisor Hernandez in dealing with this today. The ad hoc dealt with it. I'm prepared to make a decision. You know, barring public comment that changed my mind, I've already changed my mind up here today because what I've learned is executing this agreement. I misunderstood when I read this. I actually read it a few times that we are going to be paying the 196.5 up front, and then we don't get to the lease active until we complete the 4 steps. We're not going to be paying any money until we complete the 4 steps. Essentially, the county's not taking on a whole lot of risk right now at all because we could just choose not to put in the crosswalk, and we never ever take over the parking lot. Just one item on there, we could just say, yeah, we're not going to do a crosswalk, and then the high school builds themselves a beautiful parking lot, and we don't use it. That's why I'm prepared to deal with it today, because we still have a lot of time to move forward. And with that, it sounds like the will of the board is continue it, and I'm fine with that as well.
Yeah, that's Supervisor Botello.
Well, if we don't complete the 4 steps, do we even get the regional park?
That's the point. I mean, honestly,
You know, and we already built the road.
if I may, Mr. Chair, yeah, I mean, and Supervisor Botello, I completely agree, which is the whole purpose. I mean, if you think about it, there's no money out of the county with that parking lot, and the parking lot is here or there, right? As far as benefit today for the county residents, we really don't have much besides a trail out there and some makeshift trails out in the dirt area. Actual benefit, we really want to see it obviously happen, but we're not going to have that benefit until we start to basically move the layers to get there. But all things considered, this leverages the county's interest ahead of even this parking lot, if you think about it, because that parking lot really is going to be, at that point, there's no loss for the county. If the district builds it, then they build it, and we have no ties to it until we actually get our regional park really built, because we have to get the lease of that property. If that lease doesn't even happen, then we really don't even have, at that point, any interest to spend money on a parking lot that we're not going to get good use out of. So it puts very, very little risk to the county, and if anything, it puts us in a better position to get closer and closer, which is what we just talked prior, the last item, and that's having a focus on parks, which is where my focus is.
I'm going to terminate the conversation until 12:20. You want to hear from the public? Or Supervisor Patel, you want to?
Oh, yeah, we'll talk a little bit more about it later, but I'm just concerned that we've already have a significant investment in that River Parkway Road to show good faith and above and beyond the budget that we're working on.
Okay.
We're committing to the crosswalk. We need to fix the other end of the road, and we're kind of I gotta admit, there's not a lot of risk with this agreement, but we're taking another step. I would like to know more what Hollister's doing.
Okay, we're gonna continue this meeting, but however, because it's in the agenda and by law, we have to hear from the public. Just want to remind the public, we have to leave and be somewhere at 12:30, so be conscious of the time that we have to leave in 2 minutes.
We can continue this till this afternoon, too.
Or just let them hear it and then we'll just be late.
Go ahead,
Yeah,
Don.
we could be late, too.
Yeah, they'll wait for the board.
Thank you.
Board's gonna be making.
Okay,
Yeah, so
good to know.
we'll
Okay.
just- the board will wait.
Go.
ahead.
We're good?
Yeah. We're not, just for the record, we're not gonna make a decision today, we're just gonna push it to the next meeting.
No, Don Kelly, again.
Yes.
Yeah, what I just wanted to comment on is I see that there's a complete disconnect on where the regional park was visioned to go and how the vision and the layout of the regional park structure was initially written. I'm pretty familiar with that because I wrote the vision, and it all depends on the ownership of that property and the partnership and implementation of economic development within the park structure to offset operating costs. When that park was initially brought into concept, my direction from the Board of Supervisors was build whatever the public wants, don't impact the general fund. So if you get a chance to get the general plan, the master plan for the regional park and the River Trail Parkway, if you read through how it's laid out, economic structure is key to that. That's why it's so massive. It allows for partnerships. This 99-year lease that's all of a sudden come up in this agreement, I would caution against that because partnerships with a YMCA or Boys and Girls Club or a hotel or restaurant or whatever other economic development that would come into that park for funding offsets, it's key to be able to offer them long-term leases. So you get into this thing 10 years and now you can't offer, a major corporation a longer-term lease. You kind of shoot yourself in the foot and limit yourself on the economic development that's key to the development of the regional park and its self-sufficiency. So ownership of that property was always the vision, and the high school was made aware of that from the very beginning, back when I spoke with Dick Lowry when he was the superintendent. So just a little insight to where the regional park started and what the vision was for its ongoing maintenance.
Thank you, Don.
Just quickly about the walking across the road. If we don't put in the crosswalk at this point, and they've got a parking lot over there, you're going to find many, many people are in that regional park every day. You go down there, you've got kids and families at all hours. And it's just human nature for them to say, there's a parking lot there, let's go in there, and we'll just make it across the road. And it's just common sense to put as simple a one as possible there now to lock in the agreement so that we've done our job. You go ahead and build your parking lot, and we've covered our necks in moving this forward. So we're working in good faith, and if we can get that together, then they have no excuses to just, let's just keep moving it, snowballing it, and get this thing done so that we've got an area for community use. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for giving us the opportunity. Tenenbaum, or Superintendent Tenenbaum, came to a meeting and he was moving Measure L, I think it was, for the bond for the high school. And one of the questions was, one of the statements he said was, excuse me, Nash Road was going to be closed. So my concern is public safety, and I said, is fire department, police okay with closing it because you can't have access for emergency calls? And he said, yes, they were aware of it. Lo and behold, they were not aware of it. They're not in favor of closing Nash Road. It still has to come before the city council to approve or not to approve. And if fire or first responders are not in favor of it, there's an issue. There's a big problem that's going to block it. Personally, I don't think that they should have even closed it off temporarily. These are high school kids who I believe are old enough to know that they need to stay on the sidewalk and not walk on the street. The reason they closed it is because kids were walking on the street. And, parents were all like, I don't want my kid hurt. Well, teach your kid how to walk on the sidewalk and on the street, because you do that when they're young kids. We had a bond, and it lost because people don't want to spend money for this high school. The high school spent $65 million on their aquatic center for less than 100 students to get to use that. They have the aquatics, for San Benito Aquatics, they're supposed to be using it. I understand they haven't even paid rent for using it. So now the high school is, the board, in my opinion, has spent the money not wisely at all with $65 million, but they have a great athletic program. They've got a great football field, they've got their baseball fields, and now they're asking for more money because they have to actually get the academics and buildings built out. So they don't have their priorities set straight. Now, we want a regional park. It makes more sense to have the parking lot on the side of the regional park so you don't have the danger of people crossing the street. A simple crosswalk is not going to do it. It depends what time of the day people are going out there. And those kids are speeding down that roadway, not just the students, but just the public themselves that are using that roadway. I know that Chief Westrick has made a comment, or former Chief Westrick made a comment about the dangers of the high speed that's being used down there, and then the engineering of the road, the way it curves or whatever as well. So there's an issue with that road right now, and I don't want the county to be involved in getting any part of liability of having people cross the street. I think it would make more sense that the regional park has its own parking lot and the high school take care of its own issue with their mismanagement of funds that we should not be liable for.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes. Okay, so what I hear is that, what I sense is we're gonna push this to the next meeting.
I'm ready to make a motion, Mr. Chair.
Make a motion.
I make a motion that we adopt item number 14, the agreement with the San Benito High School District related to the shared use parking lot as written.
Is there a second? Your motion dies. We'll meet you guys at the behavioral health.
Gillian.
1:30? 1:30 back here, 1:30, right? 1:30?
Yeah, 1:30.
We can bring lunch in.
1:30?
Okay, 1:30.
Yeah.
We'll bring lunch in.
You don't need lunch, you didn't even get a break. Yeah, we didn't get a break.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean.
Section 54956.9, number of cases, 1, potential of litigation related to letter dated January 31st, 2019, from CMD Associates related to the allowable uses of 1161 San Felipe Road homeless shelter under the existing settlement agreement. 27, closed session conference with real property negotiator, Section 54956.8, property address 1030 Caputo Court, Hollister 95023, agency negotiators Ray Espinoza, Enrique Ariola, and Irma Valencia, and the owner is Abbas Rossi. Under negotiators, price and terms of payment, and 29, closed session conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation pursuant to D4 of Government Code Section 54956.9, number of cases, 1.
Okay, is there anyone from the public that wishes to discuss any of the closed session items with the board? None. We'll go to closed session.
Thank you. No, we can't do 28 first because Joel's not here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but we could maybe put Tracy on the phone. Okay, okay. Whoever shows up first.
Right now is a good time.
Barbara.
It's 3:30, not 2:30, right? 2:30. It's 1:30. I woke up this morning, it said 6:30 on my clock. I got up right away. Oh, shoot! Are we ready? Okay.
There was no report of action.
Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
The second? Oh, thank you.
You got it, bud? Yeah, don't worry about it. I'll lock it. You got the,